Chapter 1. The Dare in the Old Town Square. The afternoon sun of Prague cast long, distorted shadows across the old town square. It painted the cobblestones in hues of honey and rust, warming the ancient stones that had seen centuries of footsteps. Tourists flowed like a river around the astronomical clock, a tide of upturned faces and clicking cameras, their murmurs a constant, gentle wash of a dozen languages. Lena Vondra sat at a small iron table outside a cafe, a half-empty cup of kava cooling beside her untouched sketchbook. The pencil in her hand was still, its graphite tip hovering over the blank page. She should have been drawing. The tin church towered over the square, its twin Gothic spires clawing at the brilliant blue sky. It was a perfect subject, a study in light and shadow, yet the page remained stubbornly white. Her friend Katka tapped a manicured nail on the table, the sharp sound cutting through the square's ambient hum. "You're 1,000 kilometers away again." Lena blinked, her focus returning from some distant, undefined place. "Sorry, just thinking." "Thinking is your default setting," said Pavel, leaning forward in his chair, his easy smile not quite reaching his eyes. He motioned to her sketchbook. "Prague offers itself to you on a platter and you stare into space. What gives?" Lena offered a weak smile in return, a brief upward curve of her lips that did not involve her eyes. "It's nothing, just tired." It was the same excuse she had been using for 3 months. It was a simple, effective shield. Tired was understandable. Tired did not invite follow-up questions. Grief was a chasm, and she had no interest in showing them how deep it went. She picked up her pencil and drew a single, hesitant line, a feeble attempt to sketch the sharp angle of a nearby rooftop. It looked wrong. She erased it, leaving a gray smudge on the pristine paper. Katka sighed, a sound of theatrical exasperation that was her signature. "This is about Maya, isn't it?" The name hung in the air between them, heavy and solid. Lena's hand froze over the page. She did not answer, instead focusing on the smudge, as if it were the most interesting object in the entire city. Her sister's name felt less like a word and more like a physical pressure behind her ribs. Pavel shot Katka a sharp glance, a silent reprimand. Katka ignored him, her gaze fixed on Lena. "It's been months, Leno. You came here to study, to get away, to live, not to haunt the city like one of its own ghosts." "I am living," Lena said, her voice quiet but firm. The words tasted like a lie. She was breathing. She was eating. She was attending her linguistics lectures at the university. But living, that felt like a different thing entirely, a state of being she could only observe in others, like the laughing couple walking hand in hand past their table. "You're existing in a holding pattern," Pavel countered, his tone softer than Katka's. "We're worried. You barely go out. You spend every waking moment in a library or in your room. You need a shock to the system, something to remind you that your heart is still beating." Lena finally put the pencil down. She folded her hands on the table, a defensive posture. "And what do you suggest? A pub crawl through Zhizhkov, a rave on a riverboat?" "Something better," Katka said, a sly glint entering her eye. She leaned in, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "Something legendary." Pavel groaned. "Oh no, not this again." "What?" Lena asked. a flicker of genuine curiosity breaking through her apathy. Pavel, you're a bore. You have no romance in your soul, Katka chided, waving a dismissive hand at him. She turned her full attention to Lena. Have you heard the story of the Toymaker of Malastrana? Lena shook her head. Her knowledge of Prague's folklore was mostly academic, tied to the evolution of the Czech language and its narrative structures. This sounded different, more specific. On a little side street not far from the castle, there is an old tenement building, Katka began, her voice taking on the cadence of a storyteller. Nothing special on the outside, but the legend says that centuries ago the attic belonged to a master toymaker, the greatest in all of Europe. His name is lost, they say. Pan Tivers, the creator, is what the children called him. He made clockwork toys so perfect, so lifelike, people swore they were enchanted. Pavel rolled his eyes. It's a children's ghost story, Katka. Hush you, she commanded. The story goes that his wife and daughter died of the plague. He was consumed by grief. He shut himself away in his workshop and began a new project. He wanted to build toys that could hold a soul, to preserve life in brass and porcelain. He started with animals, birds that would sing forever, mice that would scurry without end. But it wasn't enough. Lena found herself leaning forward, drawn in despite her skepticism. The mention of grief had snagged her attention. Children started to disappear from the city, Katka continued, her voice low and serious. Just a few at first. Lost children, orphans, ones nobody would miss. The toymaker would lure them to his workshop, and they would never be seen again. But soon after, a new, magnificent toy would appear in the window of a shop downstairs. A beautiful ballerina with eyes that seemed to follow you. A platoon of perfect wooden soldiers. A jester doll that people swore they could hear laughing at night. He had learned how to capture their souls, to wind them up with a brass key and trap them in his creations forever. A cold prickle traced its way down Lena's spine. It was a gruesome, compelling tale. What happened to him? Nobody knows, Pavel supplied, taking a sip of his beer. The official story is he died in the fire that gutted the top floor of the building in the 1700s. The workshop was sealed off, forgotten. But it's still there, Katka insisted, her eyes wide. The whole attic, sealed behind a bricked-up wall in the top floor hallway. People who live in the building say they sometimes hear things, a faint ticking, a music box melody. They say the toys are still there, waiting, animated by the lonely souls of all those lost children. Lena felt a strange pull. The story was absurd, of course. A dark fairy tale spun to scare children. But the image of a place so saturated with sorrow, a monument to a grief so profound it turned to madness, resonated with the hollow space in her own chest. "And what does this have to do with me?" Lena asked. Katka's grin was sharp and predatory. "The building is scheduled for demolition next month. They're clearing out the last of the tenants. It's empty. This is the last chance anyone will ever have to see if the legend is true." She leaned so close Lena could smell the coffee on her breath. "I dare you." Pavel choked on his beer. "You can't be serious. You're daring her to break into a condemned building based on a ghost story." "It's not just a dare, it's a resurrection," Katka said, her voice ringing with conviction. "You need to do something that scares you, Lena. something that makes you run on adrenaline instead of fumes. Go inside, find the attic, take a picture, prove the legend is real or debunk it forever. Then come out and maybe you'll have left some of your own ghosts behind in there. The idea was insane. It was illegal. It was stupid. Lena opened her mouth to say no, to list all the perfectly logical reasons why this was a terrible plan. But the word caught in her throat. She thought of her sterile apartment, of the silence that pressed in on her every night. She thought of the sketchbook, its pages empty because the world had lost its color. What was the worst that could happen? She'd get caught and fined. She'd find a dusty, empty attic and feel foolish. Both outcomes felt more alive than the gray monotony of her current existence. The grief for Maya was a heavy cloak, and for a fleeting moment, the idea of stepping into a different kind of darkness, a darkness with a story, felt like a relief. "Fine," Lena heard herself say, the word coming out with more force than she intended. Pavel stared at her aghast. "Lena, no, you don't have to do this." Katka beamed, clapping her hands together softly. "Yes, I knew you had some fire left in you." "I'll do it," Lena repeated, a strange resolve hardening inside her. "Tonight." The sun had long since surrendered the sky to an inky, starless black. A thin, damp chill had descended upon Prague, the kind that seeped through denim and settled deep in your bones. The side street in Mala Strana was barely an alley, a narrow canyon between looming, soot-stained buildings. The street lamps at either end cast a sickly orange glow that didn't quite reach the middle, leaving the entrance to the Toymaker's building shrouded in profound darkness. It was an unassuming structure, its facade crumbling, its windows dark and vacant like the eyes of a skull. A large wooden sign hammered into the door declared it condemned property, the red letters a stark warning. Lena stood across the street, her hands shoved deep into her jacket pockets. The bravado she had felt in the sun-drenched square had evaporated, replaced by a gnawing apprehension. This was a mistake. She should turn around, go home, and message Katka with a plausible excuse. But the thought of returning to her quiet apartment, to the ghost of her sister that lived in every room, was somehow more daunting than the condemned building before her. She took a deep breath, the cold air stinging her lungs, and crossed the street. The lock on the heavy front door was old and rusted. Pavel, despite his protests, had given her a small set of lockpicks, a relic from his misspent youth. "Just in case you were actually crazy enough to go," he had muttered, pressing them into her palm. Her fingers were clumsy with cold and nerves, but after a few minutes of fumbling, a moment of metallic scraping and a surprisingly loud click, the lock gave way. The door groaned open on protesting hinges, revealing a maw of absolute blackness. The air that billowed out was stale and thick with the scent of decay, of damp plaster, cold stone, and something else. A faint, cloying sweetness like old perfume and dust. She pulled a small flashlight from her pocket, its beam cutting a nervous, trembling circle in the dark. The entrance hall was a wreck. Mail was scattered across the floor, mixed with chunks of fallen plaster. A grand staircase, its wooden banister thick with cobwebs, swept upwards into the gloom. Every sound was amplified. The drip of water from a leaky pipe sounded like a drumbeat. The scuttling of some unseen thing in the walls was a frantic scratching. The building was a tomb. "Top floor," she whispered to herself, her voice sounding small and foreign in the oppressive silence. "Find the bricked-up wall." She started up the stairs, her footsteps echoing in the cavernous space. She placed her feet carefully on each step, testing it before putting her full weight down. The flashlight beam danced ahead of her, illuminating peeling wallpaper, water stains that looked like grasping hands, and doors hanging ajar, opening onto empty, desolate rooms. She passed the first floor, then the second, the air growing colder and more still with each level she ascended. The sense of being watched was immense, a physical pressure on the back of her neck. She told herself it was her imagination, her mind playing tricks on her in the spooky setting. It was a compelling lie. The top floor was different. The fire Pavel mentioned had done its work here. Parts of the ceiling were gone, showing the skeletal rafters above. The air smelled of char and ancient smoke. There were only 2 apartment doors on this level. Both were boarded up. The hallway itself was short, ending in a solid brick wall. Or what looked like a solid brick wall. Lena ran her flashlight beam over its surface. It was crude work. The bricks were a different color from the rest of the building, the mortar laid on thick and unevenly. It wasn't part of the original structure. It was an addition, a seal, a secret hidden in plain sight. Her heart hammered against her ribs. Katka was right, it was real. She ran her fingers over the rough surface of the bricks. Was there a loose one, a hidden mechanism? She pushed against the wall, first gently, then with more force. It was solid. Disappointment warred with relief. Maybe this was as far as she could go. She had found the wall. That was proof enough. She could take a picture and leave. As she stepped away, her foot snagged on something on the floor. She pointed her light down. It was a loose floorboard, not just loose but pried up slightly at one end. Curiosity overriding her fear, she knelt. She worked her fingers into the gap and pulled. The board came away with a low groan of splintering wood. Underneath, nestled in the dark space between the floor joists, was a single, large iron key. It was ornate, its head shaped like a coiled serpent, its surface coated in a thick layer of rust. She picked it up. It was heavy, cold. It felt ancient. She looked from the key to the wall. There was no keyhole. She ran her light over the bricks again, more slowly this time, examining every detail. And then she saw it. In the center of the wall, so cleverly hidden in the mortar that it was almost invisible, was a small, dark hole, no bigger than her thumb. With a trembling hand, she inserted the tip of the serpent-headed key into the opening. It was a perfect fit. She turned it. There was a deep, grinding sound from within the wall, the sound of machinery that had not moved in centuries. A line of dust fell from a vertical crack she hadn't noticed. The crack widened. The brick wall was not a wall. It was a door cleverly disguised. It swung inward slowly, ponderously, revealing a darkness beyond that seemed to absorb the beam of her flashlight. The air that drifted out was different. The smell of damp and decay was gone, replaced by the scent of dry, old wood, of brass, and of that same faint, sweet perfume. And with the air came a sound. It was almost too quiet to hear, a subtle vibration that she felt more in the bones of her feet than in her ears. A soft, rhythmic ticking, like hundreds upon hundreds of tiny, waiting hearts. The dare was done. She should leave. But the mystery of the place, the pull of that untold story of grief, was stronger than her fear. She had come this far. She had to see what was inside. Holding her breath, Lena Vondra stepped across the threshold, out of the ruined tenement and into the toymaker's workshop. The heavy brick door swung shut behind her. The sound of it locking into place was a solid, final thud that echoed not just in the room, but deep inside her soul. Chapter 2: The First Stolen Thought. The darkness inside the workshop was absolute, a physical presence that swallowed the beam of her flashlight, reducing it to a small, lonely circle of light. The air was perfectly still and cold, carrying the scent of aged cedar, machine oil, and a powdery sweetness like dried flowers. The rhythmic ticking was louder in here, a complex symphony of 1,000 tiny, asynchronous clocks. It was everywhere and nowhere at once, a soundscape that immediately began to fray the edges of her nerves. Lena swept her light across the space. The sight that met her eyes made her breath catch in her throat. It was not a dusty, forgotten attic. It was a shrine. The room was immense, far larger than the building's exterior would suggest, the ceiling soaring high into a cathedral of shadows and rafters. Every surface was occupied. Shelves stretched from floor to ceiling, crammed with toys of every conceivable design. They were not the simple playthings of a village craftsman. They were masterpieces of mechanical art. There were porcelain dolls with glass eyes that seemed to hold a liquid depth, dressed in intricate, hand-stitched silk gowns. There were legions of wooden soldiers, each painted with meticulous detail, their tiny muskets held at the ready. There were marionettes hanging from hooks, their strings limp, their painted smiles appearing as grotesque grimaces in the shifting light. Acrobats, court jesters, animals of all kinds, monkeys with tiny cymbals, cats with arching backs, elegant greyhounds made of polished brass. In the center of the room stood a massive workbench, a solid block of dark wood littered with tools. Tiny gears, springs, and brass fittings lay in neat piles. A half-finished doll, its porcelain face unnervingly blank, sat propped against a vise. Blueprints covered in elegant, spidery script and complex diagrams were tacked to the wall behind it. It was as if the Toymaker had simply vanished in the middle of his work. A thick, uniform blanket of gray dust covered everything, softening the edges of the toys and tools, lending the entire scene a dreamlike, underwater quality. It was a museum of arrested time, a monument to an obsession so powerful it felt imprinted on the very air. Lena took a hesitant step forward, her boot disturbing the dust on the floorboards, creating a small gray cloud. She moved deeper into the room, her light dancing from one marvel to the next. She passed a glass case containing a brass bird in an ornate cage. She saw a miniature theater, its velvet curtains drawn and a complex orrery, its planets replaced with tiny, locket-like spheres. The sheer artistry was breathtaking. The silence, save for the incessant ticking, was profound. She felt an overwhelming urge to touch something, to confirm it was all real. She reached out a tentative hand toward a small, clockwork mouse made of polished brass, sitting on the edge of a low shelf. Its whiskers were fine silver wires, its eyes tiny chips of ruby. As her fingers got close, a floorboard creaked somewhere behind her. She snatched her hand away, her heart leaping into her throat. She spun around, sweeping her flashlight beam across the room. Nothing, just the silent, watching ranks of dolls and automatons. The sound must have been the old building settling, or her own nerves. She turned back to the mouse. It was exactly where it had been. Had its head been tilted slightly to the left before, she couldn't be sure. The tricks of light and shadow were powerful in this place. She decided to do what she came for. She pulled out her phone, its screen a harsh, modern intrusion in the 17th century space. She would take a few pictures as proof for Katka, and then figure out how to open that monstrous door. She aimed the phone at a row of porcelain dolls, their glass eyes seeming to absorb the light. She pressed the button to take a photo. Click. The sound of the phone's artificial shutter was jarringly loud. At the exact same moment, she heard another sound, a sharp snip from somewhere to her right. It was like the sound of a gardener's shears cutting a twig. She lowered the phone, frowning. She swept her light in the direction of the sound. Nothing but a tall, slender marionette of a train conductor hanging from a hook on the wall. It was a grim-looking thing, with a cracked porcelain face painted with a thin, brittle smile. One of its hands was clenched around a small, brass object, a ticket puncher. She shook her head. The acoustics in the room were strange, that was all. She turned her attention back to her phone, wanting to get this over with. She had the photo, time to go, now how to get out, the key. She needed the key. Where had she put it after locking the door from the inside? She hadn't. The door had swung shut on its own. The key must still be in the lock. She walked toward the heavy brick door, her boots leaving a clear trail in the dust. She reached the door and ran her hands over it. It was cold, solid stone. There was no keyhole, no handle, no seam. It was a smooth, unbroken wall of brick. Panic, cold and sharp, pierced through her awe. "No," she whispered. She pushed against it, her palms flat on the cold bricks. It didn't budge. It was as if it had melted back into the wall. No, no, no. Her breathing quickened. She was trapped in this silent, ticking tomb. She banged on the door, the sound a dull, fleshy thud that the room seemed to swallow whole. "Hello, is anyone out there? Pavel, Katka." Only the ticking answered. She forced herself to calm down. Panicking would not help. There had to be another way out, a window, a weak spot in the wall. She began a systematic search, her flashlight beam now a frantic, desperate thing. The walls were solid stone. The high rafters offered no windows, no skylights. There was no other door. Her mind raced. She needed to think. She needed a plan. First, find a weapon, something to break down the door. She went to the workbench, a hammer, a heavy iron chisel. Yes, these would work. She picked up the hammer, its wooden handle smooth and cool in her sweaty palm. She had to focus. She would go back to the door and start chipping away at the mortar. It would take time, but it would work. She took a deep breath, trying to steady her resolve. What was the name of that cafe she was at earlier, in the square? The one with the green awning. She had been there a dozen times. U Zelene. What? She couldn't remember. The name was completely gone, a perfect blank. A wave of dizziness washed over her. It was stress. The shock of being trapped. That was all it was. It was a simple word. It would come back to her. She shook her head to clear it and turned her attention to the task. As she moved, she noticed something out of the corner of her eye. On the floor, near the shelf where she had seen the brass mouse, was another one, and another a few feet from that. She swept her light across the floor. They were everywhere, dozens of them, hundreds perhaps, tiny clockwork mice scattered across the workshop floor like metallic seeds. Some were brass, some tin, some carved from wood. She had not noticed so many before. She took a step toward the door, hammer in hand, and one of the mice in her path scurried away. Lena froze, her blood turning to ice. It moved. It moved with a smooth, silent speed, a flicker of motion in the dust before becoming perfectly still again. It wasn't her imagination. She stared at it, her knuckles white on the hammer's handle. It sat motionless, its ruby eyes seeming to watch her. She took another slow, deliberate step. Another mouse, closer to the wall, darted a few inches to the side and stopped. They were reacting to her. Her gaze swept the room again, but this time she wasn't looking at the toys as art. She was looking at them as things, things that were still, too still. The doll's eyes seemed to follow her now. The jester's smile seemed wider, more malicious. The ticking was no longer just a sound. It was the hum of a vast, patient engine waiting. The full, crushing weight of the legend crashed down on her. The lost children, the souls trapped in brass and porcelain. Katka's words echoed in her head. They say the toys are still there, waiting. The hammer felt impossibly heavy in her hand. Her plan to break down the door now seemed laughably naive. It was not just a room. She was not alone. She was in a cage, and the other inhabitants were starting to wake up. A new memory loss struck her, sharp and sudden. Pavel's last name. He had been her friend for months. Horak. No, that wasn't it. Hasek. It was gone. A clean, surgical removal. She could see his face in her mind, hear his voice, but his name was a ghost. She stumbled back, away from the door, away from the mice, her back hitting a shelf. Several small, wooden soldiers rattled, and for a terrifying second she thought they were going to raise their tiny muskets. She sank to the floor, her mind reeling. This was the horror. It wasn't about ghosts or monsters jumping out of the shadows. It was this quiet, creeping theft. The room wasn't trying to kill her. It was trying to erase her. She looked at her phone lying on the floor where she had dropped it. The screen was black. She crawled to it, her hands trembling. She pressed the power button. Nothing. The battery had been full. She pressed it again and again. It was dead. Utterly, completely dead. The last link to her world was gone. She was cut off. Alone with the ticking and the watching and the slow, deliberate unraveling of her own mind. The workshop was feeding, and she was the feast. Chapter 3. The Conductor's Route. Time ceased to have meaning. The only measure of its passage was the slow, agonizing drain of her own thoughts. Lena huddled in a corner, her knees drawn to her chest, the heavy hammer resting beside her. She had tried to stay near the door, to hold onto the idea of escape, but the scuttling of the clockwork mice had driven her away. They never came too close, maintaining a perimeter just outside the reach of her flashlight, their tiny jewel eyes glinting in the darkness. They were a constant, unnerving presence, a reminder of the insidious process at work. With every stolen fragment of memory, a new wave of nausea and disorientation washed over her. She'd lost the name of her linguistics professor, the title of the book she was currently reading, the Czech word for key. Each loss was a tiny pinprick, but the cumulative effect was a growing void, a Swiss cheese landscape of the mind where she could no longer trust the ground beneath her own thoughts. She had to move. Hiding was a passive death. She had to understand the rules of this place. Was it proximity? Was it sound? She had to find the pattern. Forcing her trembling legs to obey, she stood up, using the shelves for support. Her flashlight beam was her only weapon, a blade of light that kept the deepest shadows at bay. She decided to explore, to catalog her prison. If she was to be erased, she would at least know the instruments of her own unmaking. She moved slowly, deliberately, keeping her back to a wall. She gave the workbench a wide berth. The blank-faced doll sitting there felt like the most obscene thing in the room. She passed the case with the brass bird, its head tucked under its wing. She passed the miniature theater, its curtains still drawn. Her light fell again upon the tall marionette hanging on the wall. The conductor. It was a masterpiece of macabre craftsmanship. Its long coat was real fabric, stiff with age and dust. Its porcelain face was a network of fine cracks, the painted smile a rictus of mirthless joy. Its glass eyes stared straight ahead, empty and unfocused. One hand held the brass ticket puncher. The other was clenched into a tight fist at its side. It hung perfectly still, a silent, grim sentinel. Lena felt a specific dread looking at it, the sharp snip she'd heard earlier. She was sure it had come from this direction. Was this one of the main feeders? As if in answer to her thought, the conductor moved. It was not a sudden, frightening motion. It was a slow, impossibly smooth descent. Its strings, which she had assumed were fixed to a hook, were actually threaded through a complex pulley system in the rafters. The marionette lowered itself until its polished leather shoes were inches from the floor. It hung there for a moment, swaying gently, before its feet touched the dusty floorboards with a soft thump. Lena's breath hitched. She took a step backward, raising the hammer. The conductor stood, its body held erect by the taut, invisible strings. Its head swiveled with a faint grinding sound, its cracked face turning to fix its gaze directly on her. The empty glass eyes now seemed to hold a focused, calculating intelligence. It took a step, a stiff, sliding motion, not a natural walk. It was gliding across the floor, its strings guiding it from above. It was coming for her. Lena brandished the hammer. "Stay away." Her voice was a ragged croak. The conductor did not slow. It continued its steady, silent advance. It raised the hand holding the ticket puncher. Snip. The sound was sharp, metallic, final, and with it a part of her mind vanished. It wasn't a word or a name this time. It was a map. The mental map of Prague's metro system, a web of colored lines and stations she had memorized during her first week. It was gone. Not fuzzy, not forgotten, but scooped out, leaving a hollow certainty that she no longer knew how to navigate the city's underbelly. She could picture the A lines green, the B lines yellow, but how they connected, where they went. It was a tangle of meaningless colors. She screamed, a raw sound of terror and violation. She swung the hammer, a wild, desperate arc aimed at the creature's smiling face. The conductor was faster than it looked. It slid to the side with that same unnatural grace, the hammer smashing into the wooden shelf behind it. Toys rained down, spinning tops and wooden ducks clattering on the floor. It raised the puncher again. A snip. The memory of her own apartment's layout. Gone. She could picture the front door, but the path to the kitchen, the location of her bedroom, the feeling of the space, it was replaced by a disorienting fog. She was becoming a stranger in her own home, a home she couldn't even reach. "No!" she cried, scrambling backward, stumbling over a fallen toy soldier. She fell hard, the impact jarring her teeth. The flashlight rolled away, its beam spinning wildly across the ceiling before coming to rest on a far wall, plunging her into semi-darkness. The conductor stood over her, a tall, slender silhouette against the distant light. It did not press the attack. It simply watched her, its head tilted, as if observing the results of its work. It had stolen her sense of direction, her ability to navigate. It had unmoored her. Lena Crab walked away, pushing herself across the dusty floor, her eyes locked on the terrifying figure. It let her go. After a moment it turned, its movements precise and economical, and glided back to its position against the wall. With that same smooth, silent motion, its strings drew it upward, lifting it off the floor until it hung in its original spot, once again a lifeless, hanging object. Shaking uncontrollably, Lena retrieved her flashlight. She got to her feet, her body aching. The attack was over, but the damage was done. This thing, this conductor, had a specific function. It didn't just eat memories, it ate pathways, routes. Her ability to plan a journey, to find her way. It was stranding her not just in this room, but inside her own head. A new, cold resolve began to form beneath her terror. She could not let this happen. She would not let this place hollow her out and leave her a mindless, directionless husk. She had to fight back. But how do you fight something that eats your thoughts? How do you kill a memory? Her eyes swept the room, searching for an answer, for anything. Her gaze landed on the workbench, the blueprints, the elegant, spidery script. She was a linguistic student. She understood structure, symbols, language. Perhaps the answers were there. Perhaps the Toymaker had left behind not just his monsters, but also the key to their undoing. She had to get to that bench. It was in the center of the room, the most exposed position. The mice were a constant threat. The conductor was dormant for now, but for how long? And what about the dozens of other toys, all watching with their silent, patient eyes? She looked at the blank-faced doll on the bench, its unfinished form a silent mockery. The conductor had stolen her ability to navigate physical space. What would this one take? Her memory of faces, her own reflection. It didn't matter. The risk was necessary. She took a deep breath, tightened her grip on the hammer, and began to walk toward the center of the workshop, toward the Toymaker's desk. Every step was an act of defiance. Every tick of the unseen mechanisms in the walls was a countdown. She was no longer just a victim. She was a researcher, and this tomb was her field of study. The experiment was her own sanity, and failure was not an option. As she drew closer to the bench, a new sound began, soft and melodic. It was a gentle, tinkling tune like a child's music box. It seemed to come from a glass case on a nearby shelf, the one with the brass bird inside, the gilded cage minder. The melody was faint, but it was achingly, horrifyingly familiar. It was a lullaby, the one her mother used to sing to her and Maya when they were children. a memory she had not revisited in years, a perfect, precious thing she had kept buried deep. The music was pulling it to the surface, and Lena knew with a certainty that chilled her to the bone that whatever was in that cage was about to steal the last, best part of her sister from her forever. Chapter 4: The Stolen Lullaby. The melody grew stronger as she approached, a delicate cascade of notes played with perfect mechanical precision. It was the sound of her childhood, a sound she associated with safety, with the warmth of her bed, the soft light of a nightlight, and her mother's gentle presence. But here, in this cold, ticking darkness, the tune was a siren's song, a beautiful, deadly lure. Lena's steps faltered. The workbench was only a few yards away, but the music box tune was a wall, an invisible barrier of sound and memory. She forced herself to look at its source. Inside the ornate glass case, the brass bird had awakened, the gilded cage minder. It was perched on a small swing, its head cocked, its tiny body trembling slightly with the effort of its song. Its beak was open, and from it issued the lullaby. But that wasn't the most terrifying part. As it sang, a voice threaded through the melody. It was a soft, high voice, a child's voice. It was Maya's voice. Spinkej mudge malichki, sleep my little one. The Czech words, clear as a bell, echoed in the silent workshop. It was the first line of the lullaby. It was Maya, age 7, singing to a doll in their shared bedroom. A memory so specific, so deeply buried, Lena had forgotten she even possessed it. A sob caught in Lena's throat, a raw, ragged sound. It couldn't be. It was impossible. She stumbled toward the glass case, her mission to reach the workbench forgotten. Her mind screamed at her that it was a trick, a cruel deception. But her heart, the foolish, grieving muscle in her chest, yearned for it to be real. Maya, she whispered, her voice breaking. The bird on the perch stopped singing. It swiveled its head, its polished jet-black eyes fixing on her. And it spoke. Not in a bird's chirp, but in a perfect mimicry of her sister's voice. Leno, are you scared of the dark? I'm here. It was a phrase Maya had said to her 100 times, a phrase that now felt like a hot poker to the chest. Lena pressed her hands against the cold glass of the case, her fingerprints smudging the dusty surface. Inside, the bird was just a thing of brass and gears. There was no soul in its eyes, no life in its movements beyond the clockwork. Yet the voice was undeniably, perfectly her sister's. How, Lena breathed, tears streaming down her face, hot trails in the cold air. How are you doing this? The bird chirped, a discordant metallic sound, and then the voice came again, a different memory this time. Maya, older now, maybe 12, her voice laced with laughter. You're terrible at this game, you have to hide better. A memory of playing hide-and-seek in their grandmother's sprawling garden. Lena could almost smell the freshly cut grass, see the sunlight filtering through the oak leaves. The memory was so vivid, so real. It was a precious, painful gift. And then she felt the theft. It was not a snip like the conductor's work. It was a slow, chilling drain. The vibrant image of the garden began to fade, the colors washing out. The sound of Maya's laughter grew distant, tinny, like a recording played down a long hallway. The warmth of the memory cooled, leaving behind only the intellectual knowledge that it had happened. The emotional core, the joy and sunlight of the moment, was being siphoned away, drawn into the brass bird. The bird's polished surface seemed to gleam a little brighter. It was feeding. No, Lena gasped, pulling her hands away from the glass as if it were burning. Stop, please stop. The bird tilted its head, a gesture of mock curiosity. It began to sing again, the notes of the lullaby weaving through the air, and with the music came more voices, a tapestry of stolen moments. Maya, age 5. Look, a butterfly, I'm going to name him Sparkle. Maya, age 16, her voice earnest over the phone. I miss you. College is great, but it's not the same without you across the hall. Maya, 2 weeks before the accident, her voice full of excitement. I booked my ticket. I'm coming to visit you in Prague. We're going to have the best time. Each phrase was a new theft, a new hollowing out. Lena clapped her hands over her ears, but she could not block out the voices. They were inside her head now, the memories themselves turning against her. She could feel her connection to her sister, the rich, complex bond built over a lifetime of shared moments becoming thin and brittle. The workshop wasn't just taking her memories, it was taking her grief. And she realized with a fresh wave of horror that without the grief, without the sharp pain of the loss, the love itself would begin to mean nothing. She was not just losing her sister again. She was losing the part of herself that was a sister. Anger surged through her, a white-hot rage that momentarily eclipsed her fear and sorrow. This thing, this vile machine, would not have her sister. It would not take one more piece of her. She lifted the hammer. Its weight was no longer a burden. It was a comfort, a solid, tangible purpose. You don't get to have her, Lena snarled, her voice a low growl. She swung the hammer with all her strength, aiming for the glass case. The bird stopped singing. Its head snapped up, its jet eyes fixed on the descending hammer. The impact was explosive. A loud, shattering crash echoed through the workshop. Glass sprayed across the floor. The case was obliterated. The brass bird fell from its perch, landing on the floor with a dull clatter. It was silent. The voices were gone, the music had stopped. Lena stood panting, her chest heaving, the hammer held tight in her fist. Shards of glass littered the floor around her feet. The brass bird lay on its side, motionless. She had done it. She had fought back and won. A flicker of triumph sparked within her. She had protected Maya's memory. She reached into her mind, searching for the memory of the lullaby, wanting to hold it, to reassure herself it was still there, whole and safe. There was nothing. A cold dread, far worse than anything she had experienced so far, washed over her. The melody was gone. The words, the feeling of her mother's presence, the memory of Maya's small voice singing along, it was a perfect, silent void. She hadn't saved it. By destroying the bird while it was feeding, she had severed the connection completely. The memory wasn't just faded, it was annihilated, erased from existence. A dry, empty sob escaped her lips. She had played their game and lost in the worst possible way. In trying to save her sister, she had murdered her ghost. The silence that followed was heavier, more oppressive than the ticking had ever been. She had silenced one toy, but what had the cost been? She had revealed her ability to fight, to destroy. From across the room, she heard a sound. A slow, deliberate scrape of wood on wood. Her head snapped up, her flashlight beam cutting through the gloom. On the workbench, the blank-faced doll was moving. One of its unfinished wooden hands was lifting, its clumsy fingers curling into a fist. It was turning its head, the smooth, featureless curve of its porcelain face fixing in her direction. And behind her a new sound, a sharp, definitive click. She spun around. The conductor was descending from its hook again, its movements quicker this time, more purposeful. The smile on its cracked face seemed to have widened. She had not won. She had merely angered the zookeeper, and now all the animals were being let out of their cages. She stood in the center of the room, surrounded by broken glass and a shattered memory, the heavy hammer in her hand feeling impossibly small. Chapter 5. The Heartbeat of the Room. Panic was a physical thing, a cold liquid rising in her throat. To her left, the blank-faced doll on the workbench was slowly, awkwardly pushing itself into a sitting position. Its movements were stiff, like a newborn foal's, but imbued with an undeniable and horrifying purpose. To her right, the conductor had already reached the floor, its ominous ticket puncher held at the ready. Its glide was faster now, less a shuffle and more a determined slide in her direction. The ticking in the room seemed to intensify, the hundreds of tiny mechanisms clicking in a unified, hungry rhythm. There was no time to think, only to react. She was caught in the open, a target for multiple threats. Her eyes darted around, searching for cover for an advantage. The workbench. It was her only option. With a strangled cry, Lena scrambled over the shards of broken glass, her sneakers crunching on the glittering fragments. She vaulted onto the massive wooden workbench, landing clumsily amongst the scattered tools and gears. The blank-faced doll was only a few feet away, its head tracking her movement, a smooth, silent rotation that was deeply unnatural. She kicked out with her foot, sending the doll flying off the bench. It landed on the floor with a hollow thud but did not break. Immediately, it began to stir, trying to push itself up. The conductor was closing in. Snip, snip. The metallic sounds were closer, sharper. Lena felt a dizzying lurch as two more mental pathways vanished. The route from her Prague apartment to the American embassy, the layout of her childhood home. The thefts were faster, more aggressive. The workshop was learning, adapting to her resistance. She brandished the hammer at the approaching marionette. "Get away from me." The conductor ignored her, raising its puncher. Lena didn't wait for the attack. She grabbed the heaviest thing she could find on the bench, a large iron bench vise, and hurled it with all her strength. It was a desperate, awkward throw, but it worked. The heavy vise crashed into the conductor's legs, sending it staggering. For a moment, its strings went slack, and it crumpled into a heap of fabric and porcelain on the floor. It was a temporary victory at best. She could hear the thing stirring, the grinding of its internal mechanisms as it tried to untangle itself. She had bought herself seconds. Her eyes fell upon the blueprints tacked to the wall behind the bench. They were her original goal. Now, under the threat of imminent attack, they seemed more vital than ever. Her flashlight beam swept across the elegant, handwritten script and the intricate diagrams. They were not just toy designs. They were schematics of terrifying complexity. She saw drawings of the conductor, its pulley system detailed with frightening precision. She saw a cross-section of the gilded cage minder, showing a resonating chamber labeled Vox Memoria, the voice of memory. Her gaze fell on one central, dominant blueprint. It was larger than the others, its lines drawn with an obsessive, almost reverent detail. It depicted a large, ornate music box. Intricate gears, combs, and cylinders were laid out, but the notes, the instructions on the massive brass cylinder, were not musical notations. They were complex symbols, almost like a form of algebra, connected by lines that looked disturbingly like a diagram of the human brain's neural network. Beneath the blueprint in the Toymaker's elegant script were the words, SRDCE Dilni, Core Mechanicum, the heart of the workshop. This was it, the engine, the source of the power that animated this entire nightmare. Her light followed the lines of the diagram to a central component, labeled with a single, poignant word, Ainjka. A name, the first soul, the Toymaker's daughter, the battery for this entire house of horrors. Lena's eyes searched the chaotic workbench. Amidst the tools and half-formed toys, there it was. Half hidden under a dusty canvas cloth sat the music box from the blueprint. It was a magnificent, somber thing, crafted from dark mahogany and bound with tarnished brass. It was the size of a small chest. A scraping sound from the floor drew her attention. The blank-faced doll had managed to pull itself up. It was crawling onto the workbench, its movements becoming smoother, more certain. It was learning to use its new body. At the same time, the conductor had untangled its strings and was rising to its feet, its cracked smile seeming wider and more predatory than before. There was no time. With a surge of adrenaline, Lena reached for the music box. She expected it to be heavy, but it was anchored to the bench. She pulled, but it wouldn't budge. She ran her hands over its surface, searching for a latch, a seam. She found a small, almost invisible button hidden in the brass filigree. She pressed it. With a soft click, the top of the music box opened. The sight within silenced the panic in her mind, replacing it with a profound, chilling awe. A massive brass cylinder, intricately carved with the same symbols from the blueprint, sat at the center. A delicate metal comb was poised over it, ready to play its terrible song. But nestled in a bed of faded red velvet right in the heart of the mechanism was a simple silver locket. It was small and unadorned, a stark contrast to the obsessive complexity surrounding it. Ainjka. This was the core, the focal point of the entire curse. The locket was not just a component, it was the power source. The soul of the first lost child, her grief and energy harnessed to fuel her father's madness. The blank-faced doll was now on the bench, only a foot away. It reached for her, its fingers clumsy but strong. Lena scrambled back, kicking at it, but it kept coming. The conductor had reached the edge of the bench, its porcelain hand gripping the edge as it prepared to hoist itself up. Lena looked from the approaching horrors to the open music box. What was she supposed to do? Destroying the gilded cage minder had backfired spectacularly. If she smashed this, would she unleash the full, unrestrained power of the curse? Or would it break the spell? She looked closer at the locket. It was closed. A thought, desperate and insane, sparked in her mind. What if the curse wasn't about keeping the soul in, but about keeping the world out? The Toymaker had trapped his daughter, but perhaps he had also shielded her. What would happen if it was opened? It was a gamble with her sanity and her life. But passivity was a certain, slow doom. She had to act. The blank-faced doll lunged, its hands grabbing her ankle. Its touch was cold like porcelain, but its grip was iron. A new kind of theft began, not a memory, but a concept. The feeling of her own face. The mental image of her reflection began to blur, to feel foreign. The doll's blank face started to ripple, as if soft clay were forming into a crude mockery of her own features. With her free hand, Lena reached into the music box. Her fingers brushed against the cold silver of the locket. She wrapped her hand around it, her knuckles pressing against the velvet. The conductor's face appeared over the edge of the bench, its glass eyes burning with a cold fire. It raised its ticket puncher. There was no more time. With a final, desperate prayer to a god she no longer believed in, Lena Vondra tightened her grip on the silver locket and, with a flick of her thumb, snapped it open. Chapter 6: The Unwound Heart. The moment the locket snapped open, the world did not explode. It imploded. There was no sound, no flash of light. Instead, there was a sudden, violent sensation of falling inward. The cacophony of 1,000 ticking mechanisms ceased in an instant, replaced by a silence so absolute and profound it was a physical pressure. It was the sound of a held breath, centuries long, finally being released. The air in the workshop grew heavy, thick with the weight of an immense, ancient sorrow. Lena felt it first as a psychic shockwave, a wave of pure, undiluted grief, so potent it dwarfed her own, slammed into her. It was not the familiar, aching grief for Maya, which had become a constant, low hum in her life. This was a child's grief, sharp and terrified, the raw, unprocessed agony of being stolen from the light and locked in eternal twilight. It flooded her senses, bringing with it the phantom smell of wet cobblestones and the chilling feeling of a cold, strange hand closing around her own. For a terrifying second, her mind held two sets of memories: her own capture in the workshop, and another, older one, a little girl with ribbons in her hair being led away from a sunlit square by a man whose face was a kind, smiling lie. The blank-faced doll's grip on her ankle went limp. Its head, which had begun to form a crude mockery of her own features, smoothed out, its face returning to a perfect, porcelain blankness. It slid from the workbench and fell to the floor with a clatter, as inert as any normal toy. The conductor, halfway onto the bench, froze mid-action. The cold fire in its glass eyes extinguished. It hung there for a moment, a grotesque statue, before its strings went completely slack. It collapsed into a pile of wood, fabric, and porcelain, its ticket puncher falling from its grasp and rolling across the dusty wood of the bench. All around the room, the subtle, threatening sense of awareness from the toys vanished. The watching eyes of the dolls became just glass. The smiles of the jesters were once again just painted expressions. The legions of soldiers were nothing more than carved wood. The engine that powered them had been disconnected from the grid. Lena was free. The monsters were gone. But the horror had not ended. It had merely changed its form. The crushing weight of the girls, of Anjka's sorrow intensified. Lena's vision swam. The workshop around her seemed to ripple and distort, the shelves of toys blurring into indistinct, weeping shapes. The air shimmered with psychic residue, and in it she saw afterimages, ghostly tableaus of a life interrupted. A little girl laughing as she chased a hoop with a stick. The same girl sitting at this very workbench, watching her father's hands carve a bird from a block of wood. The girl, sick in bed, her father's face a mask of anguish as he held her hand. Papa. The word was not spoken aloud. It bloomed inside Lena's own mind, a perfect, childish whisper. It was not her thought. It was an echo bleeding through from the open locket she still clutched in her hand. She looked down. The tiny silver locket lay open in her palm. On one side was a miniature, hand-painted portrait of a serious-looking young girl with dark hair and startlingly intelligent eyes. Anjka. On the other side, a space that should have held another portrait was empty, a circle of bare, tarnished silver. The psychic pressure coalesced, focusing on Lena. It was not an attack. It was a plea. A desperate, lonely cry for connection after centuries of isolation. Anjka's consciousness, untethered and confused, was latching onto the only other living mind in the room. Lena felt her own identity begin to fray at the edges, not from theft, but from a terrifying kind of empathy. Her grief for Maya, the defining feature of her inner landscape for months, began to merge with Anjka's. She couldn't tell where her own sorrow ended and the ghost's began. The image of her sister's face, smiling from a photograph, flickered, and for a heart-stopping moment, it was replaced by the sad, serious eyes of the girl in the locket. "Get out of my head," Lena gasped, the words barely audible. She scrambled back on the workbench, dropping the locket as if it were white-hot. It clattered against the wood, the open portrait of Anjka staring up at the dark rafters. The pressure lessened slightly, but the connection was not broken. The locket was the anchor, and its open state was a gateway. The workshop was no longer a cage of clockwork monsters. It had become a psychic echo chamber, amplifying the despair of a single, trapped soul. The silence was worse than the ticking. The stillness of the toys was more unnerving than their animation. Before, the threat was physical, a series of deadly puzzles to be solved. Now, the threat was internal. The room was a battlefield for her own sanity, and the enemy was the ghost of a murdered child who only wanted a friend. Lena pushed herself off the bench, landing on unsteady feet. The hammer she had clung to as her only weapon now seemed useless. How could she fight a feeling? How could she hammer a ghost? She had to close the locket. That was the only answer. Restore the prison, restart the clockwork horrors, and pray she could fight them again. It was a terrible choice. Be erased piece by the toys, or be consumed whole by the sorrow of their power source. She reached for the locket, her fingers trembling. As she touched the cold silver, a new vision flooded her mind, more vivid and terrible than the others. She was in a small, dark space, not the workshop, a crate. She could smell sawdust and her own fear. Through a small crack she could see the face of her father, the Toymaker. He wasn't smiling. His face was a mask of fanatical determination. He was whispering to her, his words a desperate, loving poison. "It is the only way, my sweet Anjka. I will not lose you. I will preserve you. You will live forever. You will be my perfect, unchanging girl, my masterpiece." The vision shattered, leaving Lena gasping for air, the phantom scent of sawdust filling her nostrils. She understood now. This wasn't just a prison. It was a twisted act of love. The Toymaker hadn't just trapped his daughter's soul to power his creations. He had trapped her to keep her. He had turned his living, breathing child into a museum piece, a perfect, eternal monument to his own grief. And in that moment, Lena knew she couldn't close the locket. She couldn't be the one to condemn that child to another second in that cage. It was a monstrous choice, but her own grief for Maya screamed at her. To lose a loved one was agony. To have them stolen and imprisoned was an obscenity. She snatched her hand back. She would not be the jailer. A low creak echoed from across the room. It was not the sound of a toy. It was the sound of the building itself, a deep groan of ancient wood and stone. A shadow in the far corner of the room detached itself from the deeper darkness. It was not a physical being, but a distortion in the air, a patch of blackness that seemed to suck the light into it. The psychic sorrow in the room curdled, turning from desperate and sad to terrified. "Papa," the thought whispered in Lena's mind, laced with a new, sharp fear. The Toymaker's obsessive love had been the architect of this prison. His will was the bars of the cage, and his prisoner was now loose in the yard. The warden had come to restore order. Chapter 7: A Dialogue in Silence. The oppressive silence of the workshop was broken. The formless shadow in the corner coalesced, gathering substance not from light, but from the absence of it. It was the psychic imprint of the Toymaker, Pan-T-verse, drawn forth by the disruption of his masterwork. He was not a ghost in a sheet, but a walking, breathing wound in reality, a patch of absolute nothingness that held a vaguely human shape. His presence radiated a cold, intellectual cruelty that was profoundly different from Anjka's passionate sorrow. The raw grief that had been flooding Lena's mind pulled back, retreating like a tide before a storm. The child's consciousness was terrified of her father. She had been his prisoner for so long that his very presence was a cage in itself. Lena stood frozen, the open locket lying on the bench between her and the approaching void. The Toymaker's shadow form moved without walking, gliding over the dusty floor, its passage marked by a trail of frost that bloomed and then vanished on the ancient wood. It did not seem to register Lena as a person, but as a contaminant, a foreign element in its perfectly sealed environment. Its focus was singular, the open locket. As it drew nearer, the workshop began to react to its master's will. A set of pliers on the workbench lifted into the air, its jaws snapping shut with a sharp clack. A long, thin screwdriver levitated, its tip pointing directly at Lena's heart. The toys remained inert, but the tools of their creation, the very instruments of the Toymaker's obsession, were now his weapons. Lena scrambled away from the bench, putting it between herself and the approaching entity. The levitating screwdriver shot toward her like a steel bolt. She ducked, and it embedded itself deep in the wooden shelving behind her with a solid thwump. This was a new game with new rules. The toys were puppets, but this was the puppeteer. His rage was cold and focused, the fury of an artist whose masterpiece has been defaced. She needed to understand. Not just the Toymaker, but the girl. What did Angeka want? What was the purpose of this eternity of suffering? Lena risked a glance at the locket, still lying open on the bench. As her eyes connected with the tiny portrait, a new set of images, a new stream of silent information poured into her mind. It was not a memory this time, but a desire, a sequence of powerful, symbolic wants. First, the image of the workshop itself, but with sunlight streaming in through a shattered roof. Light. Second, the sound of her own name, Angeka, being spoken aloud, not in a whisper of memory, but in a clear, strong voice. Recognition. Third, a vision of the great music box, its intricate cylinder shattering into 1,000 pieces, the silver locket falling free. Release. And finally, the image of the brick door, blown outward from its frame, revealing the mundane, dirty hallway of the tenement building beyond. Escape. The dialogue was complete. Angeka did not want revenge. She did not want to haunt or to harm. She wanted what any prisoner wants: her name spoken, her prison broken, and the freedom to finally leave. The realization struck Lena with the force of a physical blow. She was not just a victim in this story. She was now a participant, a potential liberator. Angeka had found in Lena's own grief a sympathetic frequency, a mind that could understand her plight and perhaps act on it. A flurry of gears and springs from the workbench flew at Lena, a cloud of sharp metal shrapnel. She threw herself to the side, landing hard on the floor as the metal bits peppered the wall where she had been standing. The Toymaker's shadow was now at the bench, its formless hand reaching for the locket. Lena knew with absolute certainty that if he closed it, all hope was lost. Angeka would be re-imprisoned. The toys would reawaken under their master's direct and furious control, and Lena's erasure would be swift and absolute. She had to get the locket. Pushing herself up, she ran, not away, but directly toward the side of the workbench. The Toymaker's head, a featureless ovid of pure black, turned to track her. A heavy mallet lifted from the bench and swung at her. She ducked under it, the wind from its passage stirring her hair. She slid on the dusty floor, her hand outstretched, and snatched the locket from the bench just as the shadow's fingers were about to close around it. The moment her skin touched the silver, the connection with Angeka intensified. The girl's fear and hope poured into her, a dizzying, empowering cocktail. She felt a surge of borrowed strength, a resolve that was not entirely her own. She clutched the locket tight in her fist and scrambled away, putting distance between herself and the Toymaker. The entity paused, its full, malevolent attention now fixed entirely on her. She held its daughter's soul in her hand. She had become the central obstacle to its obsessive order. The blurred line between her grief and Angeka's began to clarify into a strange, hybrid emotion. Her sorrow for Maya gave her the empathy to understand Angeka's plight. Angeka's desperate hope for freedom gave her the strength to fight back against this new, more terrifying foe. They were two grieving girls, separated by centuries, now united against the monstrous father and jailer. The blueprints on the wall behind the bench began to peel away from their tacks. They swirled in the air, a tornado of paper, before rearranging themselves into a new, horrifying diagram. It was a drawing of a human body, her body, with lines pointing to her head, her heart, her hands. And the elegant script beside the lines was no longer describing toy mechanics. It was describing disassembly. The Toymaker was done playing with tools. He was now showing her, with an artist's cold precision, exactly how he was going to take her apart. The dialogue with the daughter was over. The war with the father had just begun. Chapter 8: The Toymaker's Shadow. The workshop had become the Toymaker's body, and Lena was a foreign object to be violently expelled. The blueprints swirled around the shadow entity, a shield of rustling paper that illustrated her own impending destruction. The tools on the bench arranged themselves into neat, surgical rows. The very air grew thin, as if the entity were consuming the oxygen to fuel its cold rage. Lena clutched the locket, its silver cool against her sweaty palm. The connection to Anjka was a low, terrified hum in the back of her mind, a constant reminder of the stakes. She could not fight the Toymaker's shadow directly. It was not a physical being, but the objects it controlled were very real, very solid, and very sharp. Her eyes darted around the room, searching for a weakness, a flaw in the Toymaker's control. Her gaze fell on the wreckage of the gilded cage minder, the shattered glass and the inert brass bird. She had destroyed it. It had cost her a memory, but she had proven that the creations in this room were not indestructible. They were machines, and machines can be broken. A new idea, born of desperation, began to form. The Toymaker's will was absolute, but perhaps his focus was not. He was concentrating his power on her, on the direct threat. What if she could create a diversion? What if she could force him to divide his attention? Her eyes landed on the neat rows of wooden soldiers, standing at silent attention on their shelves. They were his army, his perfect, ordered legion. What would happen to the mind of a fanatical perfectionist if his perfect creations were thrown into chaos? It was a mad gamble. She was outnumbered and outmatched, but standing still was a death sentence. "Anjka," she whispered, her voice tight. She wasn't sure if the girl could hear her words, but she directed the thought, the intent, toward the locket in her hand. "Help me make a mess." A feeling of childish, defiant glee, a spark of rebellion after centuries of submission, answered her from within the locket. Lena ran. She charged toward the nearest shelf of soldiers, the hammer held ready. The Toymaker reacted instantly. A sheet of metal, once destined to be the body of a drum, peeled itself from a hook on the wall and flew toward her, spinning like a deadly discus. Lena dropped to one knee, and the sheet skimmed over her head, embedding itself in the wall behind her. She reached the shelf. With a wild cry, she swung the hammer not at any single toy but at the shelf's supports. The wood splintered. The heavy shelf groaned, tilted, and then crashed to the floor in a cascade of wood, dust, and hundreds of identical toy soldiers. They scattered across the floor, a disordered, chaotic jumble. For a fraction of a second, the pressure in the room wavered. The Toymaker's shadow form seemed to twitch, its attention torn between the primary threat, Lena, and the sudden, violent desecration of its ordered world. The swirling blueprints faltered, one or two dropping limply to the floor. It was working. Anjka's presence in her mind surged with a triumphant energy. A new set of images flooded Lena's thoughts, not memories this time, but schematics. The girl had watched her father work for years. She knew how these things were made. She knew their weaknesses. A blueprint of a clockwork cat appeared in Lena's mind, a weak point on its winding mechanism highlighted in ethereal light. Emboldened, Lena scrambled over the fallen shelf, her target the next bank of toys. A set of heavy clamps from the workbench flew at her, snapping at the air like metal jaws. She dodged, her movements fueled by a strange combination of her own adrenaline and Anjka's ghostly guidance. She felt a phantom pull to her left, a silent warning from the girl, and she sidestepped just as a heavy wood file whistled past her ear. She reached a display of clockwork animals. She saw the cat from Anjka's vision. Without hesitating, she brought the hammer down on its side, exactly where the girl had shown her. There was a sharp crack, followed by the sound of a spring uncoiling with explosive force. The cat's head spun wildly on its neck, and a shower of tiny gears burst from its ruptured torso. Another perfect creation ruined. The Toymaker's silent rage intensified. The entire workshop seemed to groan around her. The floorboards buckled, trying to trap her feet. The rafters creaked ominously, threatening to collapse. But his attacks were becoming less focused, more chaotic. A hammer flew past her. A saw blade spun harmlessly into a wall. He was trying to stop her, but he was also trying to psychically reorder the fallen soldiers to assess the damage to his cat. He was being distracted. Lena felt a surge of grim satisfaction. She was no longer just a victim. She was a vandal, a saboteur. She was using the Toymaker's own obsessive nature as a weapon against him. She moved through the workshop like a storm, guided by the ghost of the girl who had been its first prisoner. She toppled a pyramid of perfectly stacked alphabet blocks. She shattered the glass face of a grandfather clock that had stood silent for centuries. With every act of destruction, she felt Anjka's spirit grow bolder, and the Toymaker's control grew more frayed. The psychic connection between Lena and Anjka deepened. It was a true symbiosis now. Lena provided the physical action, the hands to hold the hammer. Anjka provided the knowledge, the insider's guide to her own prison. She showed Lena how the marionette's strings were anchored, how the jester's laughing mechanism could be jammed, how the porcelain dolls were weighted to be so perfectly balanced. The Toymaker's shadow form began to flicker, its form losing cohesion as its focus was splintered in a dozen different directions. It was trying to attack Lena, trying to repair the damage, trying to reimpose its perfect, silent order all at once. The strain was beginning to tell. Lena paused, breathing heavily, her body bruised and aching. The workshop was a wreck. Fallen shelves, shattered toys, and scattered parts littered the floor. It was chaos. Beautiful, liberating chaos. But the fight wasn't over. The Toymaker, furious and distracted, was still a lethal threat. And his ultimate goal remained the same: retrieve the locket and restore his prison. The shadow entity let out a silent, psychic scream of pure frustration. The tools, the wood, the metal, all of it dropped to the floor. The direct attack stopped. A new strategy was forming. The inert bodies of the conductor and the blank-faced doll began to twitch. The Toymaker was abandoning his attempts to control the environment. He was focusing his fractured will, pouring all his remaining power back into his masterpieces. He was reanimating his enforcers for one final, desperate assault. This time, they would not be powered by the gentle, filtered soul of his daughter. They would be animated by his own cold, murderous rage. Chapter 9: The Promise. The reanimation was horrifyingly fast. The conductor's collapsed form snapped upright, its movements no longer smooth but sharp and jagged, like a faulty machine pushed past its limits. The blank-faced doll, its porcelain body scarred from the fall, scrambled to its feet, its head twitching in violent, unnatural jerks. There was no subtlety this time, no creeping dread. This was raw, unrestrained violence. The Toymaker's shadow form dissipated, its dark energy pouring into these two vessels. The glass eyes of the conductor no longer held a cold intelligence. They burned with a black, hateful fire. The smooth, featureless face of the doll began to contort, not into a mockery of Lena, but into a twisted, screaming mask of the Toymaker's own rage. They charged at her. Lena stumbled back, the hammer feeling pitifully inadequate against this new onslaught. The symbiotic connection with Anjka flared in her mind, a wave of pure terror that was not her own. The girl was not afraid of the toys. She was petrified of her father's rage inhabiting them. The heart, Anjka's thought screamed in Lena's mind. You must break the heart. The great music box on the workbench. It was the only way. To destroy the curse, she had to destroy its source. But it wasn't just about smashing it. Anjka's silent dialogue had been clear. The locket had to be free when the heart was broken. Otherwise, the soul would be annihilated with its prison. It was a promise she had made in the heat of battle, a silent vow to the ghost who was now her only ally. "I'll get you out," Lena whispered, the words a promise to both Anjka and herself. The conductor was upon her, its ticket puncher snapping with a furious metallic hunger. It no longer seemed to be stealing memories of paths. It was simply trying to punch holes in her flesh. She swung the hammer, connecting with its outstretched arm. There was a crack of porcelain, but the arm did not stop. It was driven by a force that did not register pain or damage. The doll, its face a mask of screaming fury, scuttled toward her on all fours like a deranged animal, its wooden fingers clawing at the floorboards. Lena dodged and weaved, her every move a desperate dance of survival. The workshop, which she had turned into a chaotic mess, was now her best defense. The toys on the floor were obstacles that her pursuers had to navigate. She kicked a fallen wooden soldier into the doll's path, causing it to stumble. She used a toppled shelf as a temporary barrier against the conductor. She had to get to the workbench. She needed a weapon better than the hammer. She needed to end this. Guided by a frantic surge of insight from Anjka, Lena saw her path. It was not a straight line. It was a chaotic, dangerous route through the debris, exploiting every advantage the girl's knowledge provided. "The mice!" Lena yelled, though no one could hear. The thought was the action. She remembered the blueprint for the tiny clockwork mice, a detail Anjka had shown her. They were attuned to high-frequency vibrations. She grabbed a fallen metal rod and scraped it hard against the edge of a spinning metal sheet she had dodged earlier. The sound was a high-pitched, piercing screech, an agony to the ears. For a moment nothing happened. Then from all corners of the room, from under shelves and out of dark corners, the swarm appeared. Hundreds of clockwork mice, their jewel eyes gleaming, their brass bodies a shimmering tide. They were not drawn to her but to the source of the sound. They swarmed the legs of the conductor and the doll, a chittering metallic wave. The two horrors faltered, trying to shake the tiny machines off, their advance momentarily halted. Lena didn't wait. She ran. She leaped over a pile of alphabet blocks, dodged the grasping arm of a fallen marionette, and threw herself toward the workbench. She landed on her hands and knees, the locket still clutched tight in one hand. The music box sat waiting, its mahogany case seeming to pulse with a dark energy. Her hammer was not enough to destroy the massive brass cylinder inside. She needed something more. Her eyes scanned the bench, the heavy bench vise, the one she had thrown at the conductor earlier. It lay on the floor nearby. She grabbed it, adrenaline giving her strength. It was incredibly heavy. She struggled, hauling it onto the bench beside the music box. The screeching sound had stopped, and she could hear the enraged movements of the conductor and the doll, freeing themselves from the swarm of mice. They would be on her in seconds. She positioned the vise, its heavy iron jaws open over the exposed cylinder of the music box. She began to turn the handle, the vise jaws slowly closing on the intricate brass. The doll leaped onto the workbench, its screaming face inches from hers. Lena cried out, kicking it back. It fell but immediately began to crawl back up. The conductor was right behind it, its fiery eyes promising a swift and brutal end. Lena put the locket, still open, on top of the brass cylinder, directly between the closing jaws of the vise. "It's time to go home, Anjka," she grunted, putting all her weight into turning the vise handle. The iron jaws bit into the brass. The cylinder groaned, resisting. The entire workshop seemed to hold its breath. The approaching monsters froze, as if their master sensed that his most precious creation was at the breaking point. With a final, desperate surge of strength, Lena gave the handle one last, powerful turn. There was a deafening crack, a sound of tortured metal surrendering. The great brass cylinder, the repository of a centuries-old curse, fractured. A web of cracks spread across its surface. And from those cracks, a brilliant, pure white light began to pour out. Chapter 10. The First Crack of Light. The light that erupted from the fractured cylinder was not a gentle glow. It was a silent, violent explosion of pure energy. It was the light of a soul unshackled, a supernova of psychic release. It blasted outward, striking the enraged forms of the conductor and the doll. They didn't burn or break. They simply dissolved, their physical forms unraveling like smoke in a hurricane, their borrowed rage dissolving back into the nothingness from which it came. The entire workshop was bathed in the brilliant, cleansing light. The dust of centuries incinerated in its glare. The cobwebs vanished. The oppressive sorrow, the cold rage, the lingering psychic stains, all were scoured away in an instant. The toys on the shelves rattled and fell, their enchantments broken, returning to their true state as simple, inanimate objects of wood, porcelain, and brass. Lena was thrown back by the force of the release, shielded from the worst of it by the heavy workbench. The light was not hot, but it was overwhelmingly powerful. It filled her mind, and in its radiance she felt Anjka's consciousness one last time. It was not a voice or a vision, but a feeling of profound, overwhelming gratitude. A sense of a heavy chain, rusted with age, finally breaking. Then it was gone, released into the light, finally free. As the light reached its peak intensity, it struck the far wall of the workshop, the bricked-up door. The ancient mortar vaporized. The bricks, held together by nothing, exploded outward into the hallway with a deafening roar of collapsing stone. Then, as quickly as it had appeared, the light was gone. A silence. A true, natural silence, not the oppressive, waiting silence from before. The air was clear, free of the scent of dust and old perfume. It smelled only of cool stone and the faint, clean smell of ozone, like the air after a thunderstorm. Lena lay on the floor, blinking, her vision filled with dancing spots. Her body ached with 1,000 bruises. Her ears were ringing from the explosion. But she was alive. She pushed herself up, her muscles screaming in protest. The workshop was transformed. It was no longer a place of gothic horror. It was just a large, messy attic, filled with broken toys and bathed in the faint, dirty light filtering in from the now open doorway. The workbench was a wreck, the shattered music box and the heavy vise sitting amidst the debris. She looked for the locket. It lay on the floor near the bench, closed now, its silver surface dull and ordinary. The portrait of Anjka was gone, the tiny space once again a circle of bare, tarnished metal. Her soul had been freed. The promise was kept. Lena limped toward the gaping hole in the wall. The hallway beyond was dark, a stark contrast to the cleansed space of the workshop. She stepped through, her boots crunching on brick dust and rubble. She was out. She stood in the hallway of the top floor, the two boarded-up apartment doors on either side. It was just a derelict building. The monster was dead. The ghosts were gone. She made her way down the grand staircase, her flashlight beam cutting a familiar, lonely path through the dark. The building was the same as when she entered, decaying, silent, empty, but she was different. The heavy cloak of her own grief felt lighter, not gone but changed. It was no longer a suffocating shroud. It had been tempered in the fire of another's sorrow, forged into something she could carry. She reached the front door and pushed it open. The cool night air of Prague washed over her, a welcome shock. The sky was beginning to soften at the eastern edge, the first hint of dawn painting the clouds in shades of gray and lavender. The city was still asleep. She stepped out onto the cobblestones of the narrow street and took a deep, shuddering breath of free air. She had survived. She had faced down a darkness far older and deeper than her own, and had walked out into the light. She began the long walk back to her apartment, her tired mind a strange mix of exhaustion and clarity. The memories the workshop had stolen were still gone. The name of the cafe, Pavel's last name, the layout of her home, those spaces in her mind were still blank. They were the scars she would carry from this night, but they felt like a small price to pay. As she walked, she sifted through her own thoughts, her own feelings. The sharp, ever-present pain of Maya's absence was still there, but it felt quieter. Alongside it, however, was another ache, a phantom limb of sorrow, A grief for a little girl with dark hair and serious eyes, a girl she had never met but whose soul had been intertwined with her own. She stopped, leaning against the cold stone of a bridge, watching the dark waters of the Vltava flow beneath her. She closed her eyes. She tried to picture her sister, Maya, laughing in their grandmother's garden. The image came, but it was muted, like a photograph left too long in the sun. And at its edge, another image flickered, a small girl watching a wooden bird take shape in her father's hands. The workshop was destroyed. The Toymaker was gone. Anjka was free. But a part of the story, a fragment of that centuries-old sorrow, had followed her out into the dawn. She had escaped the haunted place, but she was not entirely sure she had escaped it alone. The memory of her sister was safe, but now she had a new ghost to carry. Chapter 11: Scars and Sunlight. The walk back to her apartment was a journey through a city that was both familiar and terrifyingly alien. Lena moved through the waking streets of Prague like a phantom, the first rays of dawn casting everything in a flat, gray light. Each corner she turned was a gamble. The loss of her internal map was a profound disability. She found herself navigating by instinct and landmark recognition alone, a tourist in her own neighborhood. The gaps in her memory were not fuzzy blanks, but sharp-edged holes, voids of absolute nothingness where knowledge used to be. When she finally reached her apartment building, fumbling with a key she intellectually knew was hers but felt foreign in her hand, the relief was minimal. The door swung open into a space she could not fully recall. She knew she lived here, but the layout felt like a blueprint she was seeing for the first time. She stood in the entryway, her body a screaming chorus of aches and bruises, and surveyed the foreign landscape of her own home. A coat slung over a chair, a pair of boots by the door. These were the artifacts of a person she was no longer entirely sure she was. The first priority was her body. She stripped off her torn, filthy clothes, leaving them in a pile on the floor like a shed skin. In the bathroom, the face that stared back from the mirror was a stranger's. Pale, smudged with dirt, with dark, hollowed-out eyes that held the reflection of a terrible, ancient darkness. A long scratch ran from her temple down her cheek. A constellation of deep purple bruises was already blooming on her arms and ribs. She turned on the shower, the hiss of the water a welcome, normal sound. The spray was scalding hot, but she welcomed the pain. It was a real, physical sensation, a grounding anchor in the churning sea of her psychological trauma. She scrubbed at her skin until it was raw, trying to wash away not just the filth of the workshop, but its lingering psychic stain. Clean but not healed, she wrapped herself in a towel and stumbled into her living area. Sunlight was now streaming through the large windows, illuminating dust motes dancing in the air. The brightness felt like an accusation. The world had kept spinning, ignorant of the centuries-old war she had just fought and won. On her coffee table sat her sketchbook, open to the blank page she had failed to fill in the old town square what felt like a lifetime ago. An impulse, sharp and sudden, seized her. She needed to draw. She needed to take the chaos in her head and pin it to the page. She sat on the floor, picked up the sketchbook, and grabbed a charcoal pencil. She didn't think about what to draw. She simply let her hand move. She intended to sketch the view from her window, the terracotta rooftops, the distant spire of a church. But that is not what appeared on the paper. Her hand moved with a speed and precision she had never possessed. Lines, sharp and certain, flowed from the charcoal tip. She was not sketching the surface of the buildings, but their skeletons. She drew the load-bearing walls, the hidden support beams, the stress points in the architecture. The church spire was not a thing of beauty, but a complex diagram of gravitational forces and structural integrity. It was as if she had X-ray vision, but for physics and engineering instead of bone. She ripped the page out, her heart hammering. She turned to a fresh sheet and tried again, forcing herself to focus on something simple, a potted plant on her windowsill. She looked at its green leaves, its delicate stem. But she drew the xylem and phloem, the capillary action pulling water from the soil, the intricate cellular structure of the leaves converting sunlight into energy. It was a botanist's diagram, rendered with an artist's hand. A wave of nausea washed over her. She slammed the sketchbook shut. This new perception, this analytical sight, it was not hers, it was his, the Toymaker. His obsession with mechanics, with the hidden workings of things, was now looking out through her eyes. Anjka's freedom had come at a price she had not anticipated. A fragment of the jailer had imprinted itself upon the liberator. The ghost of the girl was gone, but the ghost of the creator remained, a permanent filter on her reality. Her phone, which she'd left charging, buzzed from the kitchen counter. She flinched at the sound. It buzzed again. She walked over to it, her legs unsteady. The screen showed two names. Katka, Pavel, a string of messages. Katka, are you alive? Did you do it? Katka, Lena, answer me. Pavel, Lena, please just let us know you are safe. Pavel, I shouldn't have given you those pics. Call me. How could she possibly answer them? What could she say? The dare went well. I got trapped in a haunted attic, fought clockwork monsters animated by the souls of dead children, befriended a ghost, and destroyed her abusive father's psychic imprint. I'm fine, just have some memory loss and can now perceive the world as a series of interlocking mechanical systems. How was your night? She sank to the floor, her back against the kitchen cabinets, the phone heavy in her hand. The silence of her apartment was no longer peaceful. It was the empty, waiting silence of the workshop after the ticking had stopped. She was out of the attic, but the attic was not out of her. She looked at her hands, half expecting to see them stained with grease and brass filings. The scratches and bruises were the visible scars. The real wounds, the stolen memories and the horrifying new way of seeing, were deeper, invisible to the world. She thought of her sketchbook, lying on the coffee table. It was no longer a tool for capturing beauty. It was a mirror, reflecting the monster that now lived behind her eyes. The sunlit room felt cold. The city outside was no longer a place of history and romance. It was a vast, complex machine, and she was terrified that she was the only one who could hear the grinding of its gears. Chapter 12. The Unbelieving World. She met them 2 days later at a quiet caverna tucked away on a side street, far from the bustling squares. She chose it specifically for its anonymity. She had spent the intervening 48 hours in a state of suspended animation, sleeping in short, nightmare-filled bursts and staring at the walls of her apartment, trying to reconcile the world she once knew with the one she now inhabited. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw blueprints. When she walked into the cafe, Pavel and Katka were already there, their expressions a study in contrasts. Katka looked anxious, her leg bouncing under the table, her eyes scanning the door every few seconds. Pavel looked grave, his usual easygoing demeanor replaced by a taut, worried stillness. He saw her first, and the relief that washed over his face was immediately replaced by shock. "Lena," he breathed as she approached the table. Katka spun around. "Boj Mudge," she whispered, her eyes wide as she took in Lena's appearance. Lena knew what they saw. She had tried to cover the scratch on her cheek with makeup, but it was too deep. The bruises on her arms were hidden by her long sleeves, but there was no hiding the gaunt, haunted look in her eyes or the way she moved, like a person who was expecting something to lunge from the shadows at any moment. She sat down, her movements stiff. "Hi." The silence that followed was thick with unspoken questions. The waitress came, and Lena ordered a black coffee, her voice sounding rusty and unused. Katka found her voice first. "What happened to you? Are you okay? We were so worried." Her tone lacked its usual flippant edge. It was thin, laced with a guilt that was almost palpable. "I'm fine," Lena lied, the words tasting like ash. "No, you are not," Pavel said, his voice quiet but firm. His gaze was intense, analytical. "You look like you've been through a war, the dare. What happened in that building?" Lena took a slow sip of her coffee. The heat was a small, grounding comfort. She had rehearsed a story, a version of the truth stripped of the impossible. "I got in. I found the attic, the door. It locked behind me. I was trapped." Katka's hand flew to her mouth. "Trapped for how long?" "All night," Lena said, her gaze fixed on the dark surface of her coffee. "The place was unstable, old. I panicked. I was trying to find a way out. I fell. A shelf collapsed. It was a wreck in there." She gestured vaguely to her face. "That's how this happened." Pavel leaned forward, his eyes narrowed slightly. "The door locked behind you. How did you get out?" "I broke it down. There were old tools on a workbench, a hammer. It took hours." This part was a lie, but it was more believable than the truth of a soul supernova blasting the door off its hinges. "We should have called the police," Katka said, her voice trembling. "I am so sorry, Lena. This is all my fault. It was a stupid, stupid dare." "It's okay, Katka. I'm the one who said yes," Lena said, a strange detachment in her voice. "Did you see anything?" Katka asked, her curiosity warring with her guilt. "The toys, was the legend true?" Lena hesitated. "It was just an old, dusty attic full of junk. Broken toys, old tools, nothing more." Another lie. She could feel them piling up, building a wall between her and her friends. Pavel was not convinced. He watched her, his expression unreadable. "You keep looking around like you're expecting something. And you called me Pavel when you sat down. You always call me Pav." It was a small detail, but it landed with the weight of an accusation. The casual nickname was a memory she no longer possessed. Lena's blood ran cold. She hadn't even noticed the slip. One more piece of her gone. "I'm just on edge and tired." "There's something else," Pavel pressed, his voice gentle but insistent. He pointed to a newspaper lying folded on a nearby chair. "The demolition on that building started this morning, a day early." Lena's head snapped up, her carefully constructed composure cracking. What? They're there now? Yes, they're clearing the interior before they bring it down. Why? Pavel asked, his eyes searching hers. Lena's mind raced. The workshop, her trail of destruction, the broken toys, the shattered glass, the hammer she'd left behind. Evidence. A trail leading directly back to her. What would they think when they found that room? A room that was supposed to be sealed behind a brick wall. A room that now looked like a battle had been fought in it. I have to go, she said, standing up abruptly. Lena, wait, Pavel said, rising with her. What is it? What are you not telling us? Before she could answer, her phone vibrated on the table. It was a news alert from a local Prague outlet. She glanced at the headline and her heart stopped. Demolition halted at historic Mala Strana, site after bizarre discovery. The subheading was even worse. Workers uncover a hidden, sealed room containing what appears to be a centuries-old workshop. Authorities are investigating a scene of significant and violent disturbance. Katka read it over her shoulder and gasped. They found it. They found the workshop. Pavel looked from the phone screen to Lena's terrified face. All the pieces clicked into place for him. Her injuries, her state of mind, the violent disturbance. My God, Lena, he said, his voice a low whisper of dawning horror. What did you do in there? Lena looked at her two friends, at their faces, one filled with horrified guilt, the other with grim, dawning belief. The wall of lies she had built was crumbling. The world was about to discover the Toymaker's sanctuary, and she had left her fingerprints all over the crime scene. The horror of the workshop was over, but the horror of the real world, with its police and its questions and its consequences, was just beginning. Chapter 13. The Echoes on Paper. The cafe suddenly felt like a cage. The low hum of conversation, the clinking of cups, the aroma of coffee, it all faded into a roaring in Lena's ears. The news alert on her phone was a verdict. They had found her battlefield. The mundane world had breached the walls of the supernatural, and she was caught in the crossfire. I need to see, Lena said, her voice tight. She grabbed her coat, her movements jerky. See what? The building. Lena, that's insane, Katka protested, her face pale. The police are there. You can't go anywhere near it. She's right, Pavel said, placing a steadying hand on Lena's arm. His touch was firm, grounding. You need to stay as far away from that place as possible. Let's go back to your apartment. We can think this through. Lena wanted to argue, to run, to do something. But the logic in Pavel's voice cut through her panic. He was right. Rushing to the scene would be the most foolish thing she could do. She allowed him to guide her out of the cafe, Katka trailing behind them like a remorseful ghost. The walk to her apartment was a blur. When they arrived, the space felt even more alien than before. With Katka and Pavel there, it was no longer just her private sanatorium. It was a stage, and she was the damaged lead actress. Katka paced the living room, wringing her hands. They'll find your fingerprints, the lockpicks Pavel gave you. Oh God, Pav, your prints might be on them too. Calm down, Katka, Pavel said, his voice even though his eyes betrayed a deep unease. Freaking out helps no one. Lena, sit down. Lena sat at her small dining table, her hands clasped so tightly her knuckles were white. She felt a desperate, familiar urge. She needed her sketchbook. She needed to let the Toymaker's vision process the new data, to see the structure of her new predicament. She pulled the sketchbook toward her and opened it to a fresh page. As Pavel and Katka discussed the legal ramifications in hushed, frantic tones, Lena began to draw. She didn't look at her friends. She didn't look at the room. She drew from the images swirling in her mind's eye. The conductor appeared on the page, not as the terrifying, gliding monster, but as a complex schematic. She drew its inner workings, the intricate system of pulleys and counterweights, the delicate gear train in its chest, the cam mechanism that operated the ticket puncher. She understood it perfectly. She could have built it herself. "What is that?" Pavel's voice cut through her concentration. He was standing beside her, looking down at the drawing, his face a mask of confusion and awe. Katka came over, her own anxieties momentarily forgotten as she stared at the impossibly detailed drawing. "It's the marionette," Katka whispered. "The one from the legend, the conductor." "How are you drawing this, Lena?" Pavel asked, his voice soft. "The level of detail, it's like a master blueprint." Lena's hand froze. She looked down at the drawing as if seeing it for the first time. It was a confession on paper, a testament to the part of the Toymaker she now carried within her. "I don't know," she lied, her voice hollow. "I just remember it." Pavel pulled a chair up and sat beside her, his expression serious. Katka remained standing, looking from the drawing to Lena with a new kind of fear. This was beyond a simple break-in. "I think you need to tell me everything," Pavel said, his voice leaving no room for argument. "Not the story you told us in the cafe, the real one. I don't care how crazy it sounds. What really happened in that workshop?" Lena looked at him, at his earnest, worried face. She looked at Katka, who seemed to shrink under her gaze. She took a deep breath, and she told them. She told them about the ticking. She told them about the memory theft, the clockwork mice, the gilded cage minder that stole Maya's voice. She described the conductor's non-gory attacks, the slow erasure of her mind. Her voice was flat, detached, as if she were recounting a story that had happened to someone else. Katka sank into a chair, her face ashen. Pavel listened without interruption, his eyes never leaving hers, his skepticism slowly melting away, replaced by a horrified acceptance. When Lena finally finished with the destruction of the music box and her escape, the room was silent. "So the legends were true," Katka murmured, her voice filled with self-loathing. "I sent you in there. I sent you into that." "You didn't know," Lena said, though the words offered little comfort. Pavel was quiet for a long time, processing. "After you went to the building," he finally said, his voice low, "I couldn't sleep. I started digging. Online archives, historical society records, anything I could find about that building and the legends surrounding it." He pulled out his phone. It wasn't just a children's story. Over the last century, there are at least 4 documented cases of people going missing after being last seen near that building. Another half a dozen reports of vagrants or so-called urban explorers found in the area, suffering from acute psychosis, amnesia, and claiming they were being unwritten by a man made of toys. They were all dismissed as mad. Lena stared at him. She was not the first. The workshop had claimed other victims. The workshop, it did things to me, Lena confessed, her voice barely a whisper. She gestured to the drawing of the conductor. It left something behind, a way of seeing things. Pavel nodded slowly, as if this were the piece of the puzzle he was missing. A psychic imprint, a contagion of consciousness. Before he could elaborate, his phone, still in his hand, buzzed with an incoming call. The screen lit up with Katka's name, but Katka was sitting right across from him, her own phone lying face down on the table. Pavel frowned, showing the screen to Katka. "You're calling me." Katka shook her head, her eyes wide with confusion. "No, my phone is right there." Pavel answered the call, a deep sense of dread settling over the room. He put it on speaker. There was a moment of static, and then a voice filled the apartment. It was Katka's voice, but it was frantic, breathless, and terrified. "Pavel, oh God, Pavel, you have to help me. I did something stupid. I went back to the building." The real Katka, sitting in the room, let out a small, strangled cry. The voice on the phone continued, sobbing now. "I'm at the site. The police are everywhere, but I found something. I had to take it. I'm so sorry." "Katka, where are you?" Pavel demanded, his eyes darting to the real Katka, who was shaking her head in mute terror. The call ended abruptly. A text message immediately appeared on Pavel's screen. It was from Katka's number. It was a single photo, a dark, blurry image of something held in a hand. It was a small, wooden object painted with the uniform of a soldier, one of the Toymaker's creations. The photo was geotagged. It had been taken less than 10 minutes ago from the street corner right outside the condemned building. The pre-recorded call was a lure, a distraction. Katka hadn't gone back, but someone or something wanted them to think she had. It wanted them to go to that place. The game wasn't over. Chapter 14, The Souvenir. The recorded message, a chilling echo of a reality that hadn't happened, left them frozen. The geotagged photo on Pavel's phone was a beacon, a summons. It was a trap, and they all knew it. "What is happening?" Katka whispered, her voice trembling as she stared at her own phone lying inert on the table. "How could someone do that? Use my voice?" "It's the workshop," Lena said, a cold certainty settling in her gut. The word felt wrong. The workshop was just a room. He was the right word. The Toymaker, his influence. "It's not just a memory inside me. It's reaching out." "That's not possible," Pavel countered, but his voice lacked conviction. He was looking at the photo of the wooden soldier. "The curse is broken. You said so yourself. Anjka is free." "The curse is broken," Lena agreed. "But the technology is, the ideas. He didn't use magic, Pavel. He used mechanics, physics, things that are real. What if his creations can still respond to him, or to the part of him that's inside me?" The thought was terrifying. Was she a walking antenna for this nightmare? The geotag was a clear invitation. To ignore it felt like ceding control. To go felt like walking into the lion's den. "We have to go," Katka said, a surprising resolve in her voice. She stood up, her fear replaced by a flicker of the defiant energy Lena remembered from the old town square. I started this. That thing, whatever it is using my face, my voice. I'm not going to hide in here while it does." Pavel looked at Lena, his expression asking the silent question. Lena nodded. Hiding hadn't worked in the workshop, and it wouldn't work now. They were in this together, whether they liked it or not. The area around the condemned building was exactly as the news had reported. Yellow police tape cordoned off the entire block. A couple of police cars were parked at odd angles, and uniformed officers stood talking with men in hard hats. The demolition was clearly on hold. A small crowd of curious onlookers stood across the street, snapping photos with their phones. The three of them joined the crowd, trying to look inconspicuous. Lena felt 100 pairs of eyes on her, though no one was paying them any attention. The building itself looked different in the daylight, less like a haunted house and more like a sad, crumbling relic. But Lena could feel it. A faint psychic hum, a residue of the power she had unleashed. Or perhaps it was just the part of the Toymaker inside her, recognizing its home. "Okay, we're here," Pavel said, his voice low. "What now? We can't get past the tape." "The message said Katka was here," Lena reasoned. "It wanted us to come, so it must expect us to see something." They scanned the scene, the police officers, the workers, the building itself. Everything seemed normal, mundane. Then Katka gasped, pointing a shaking finger. "There," she said. A woman was talking to one of the police officers, gesturing animatedly toward the building. She was a journalist, a press pass hanging around her neck. She had blonde hair and was wearing a bright red coat. It wasn't the woman that had caught Katka's attention. It was the man standing a few feet behind her, a technician holding a large television camera. He was a nondescript man, balding, with a gray jacket, but he was looking directly at them. And as Lena met his gaze, he gave a slow, deliberate smile. It was a kind smile, a fatherly smile. The same kind of smile the girl in the crate had seen on the face of her captor. It was the Toymaker's smile. The man was not a shadow. He was flesh and blood. He lifted a hand, and in it he held a small wooden soldier. He tossed it lightly in the air, caught it, and then, holding their gaze, he turned and walked away, disappearing into the crowd. Lena felt as if the air had been punched from her lungs. "Did you see that?" "The man with the camera?" Pavel asked, his voice tight with alarm. "He was looking right at us." "He had the soldier," Katka whispered, horrified. It hadn't been a trap to lure them into the building. It had been a rendezvous, a demonstration of power. The entity was not a ghost confined to an attic. It was out. It was walking among them, and it could look like anyone. A new, frantic energy seized them. They had to get away. They turned from the scene, pushing their way through the onlookers, their hearts pounding in a unified rhythm of terror. As they rounded the corner, away from the cordoned-off street, they almost collided with someone. It was the journalist in the red coat. She had finished her interview and was walking away, speaking into her phone. "No, nothing new," she was saying. "The cops are tight-lipped. They say some squatter probably trashed the place, but the foreman told me off the record they found toys in there that look centuries old. One of my guys snagged one. A little wooden soldier. Said it would make a great souvenir." She trailed off as she noticed them staring at her. She gave them a strange look and hurried on her way. They stood frozen on the street corner, the city's normal life swirling around them. The technician, the souvenir. He works for her, Pavel stated the obvious, his mind clearly racing. He's a cameraman for a local news crew. He has one of the toys, Lena said, the implication hitting her with full force. The horror was not just walking free, it was spreading. The toys were relics, artifacts of the curse, and they were being taken out into the world, one by one, as souvenirs. Suddenly, Katka let out a choked sob. She had been fumbling in her pockets, her face growing paler with each passing second. Now she pulled her hand out, and in her palm lay a small wooden object. It was a toy soldier, its paint chipped, one of its arms broken. When the message came, she stammered, tears welling in her eyes, I got scared. I thought maybe I had gone there, that I had blacked out. I checked my coat pocket. I wore this coat the night of the dare. I found this inside. I must have picked it up when I fell on the stairs that night and it got stuck in the lining. I didn't even know it was there until now. Lena, Pavel, and Katka stared at the broken toy in her hand. It was identical to the one in the photo, identical to the one the cameraman had held. The trap had not been for them to find a toy. It had been for them to realize they already had one. A piece of the workshop, a fragment of the nightmare, had been with them all along. Lena reached out and took the soldier from Katka's trembling hand. As her fingers closed around it, her unique, terrible vision flared. She didn't just see a broken toy. She saw its intricate internal mechanism, now dormant. She saw the ghost of its design, the genius and madness of its creator. And on the bottom of its small wooden base, she saw a tiny, branded mark, a symbol she had seen only once before, on the head of the serpent key that had locked her in the attic. It was a small, elegant circle, a serpent coiled and eating its own tail. Chapter 15. The Coiled Serpent. The coiled serpent on the base of the toy soldier was more than a maker's mark. It was a brand, a claim of ownership. It stared up at them from Katka's palm, a tiny symbol of a vast and unending horror. They retreated from the demolition site, the toy now a toxic artifact in their possession. They found refuge in another anonymous cafe, the soldier sitting in the middle of their table like an unexploded bomb. Katka was no longer crying. Her fear had crystallized into a hard, brittle shell of resolve. "We have to destroy it," she said, her voice low and steady. "Burn it, smash it, whatever it takes." "And what if that's what he wants?" Lena countered, her gaze fixed on the soldier. Her new sight was a constant, low-grade hum, and it told her that the toy, while dormant, was not inert. It was a perfectly constructed vessel waiting for a signal. Destroying the cage minder backfired. Smashing the music box unleashed that light. "We don't know what breaking this will do." "She's right," Pavel said, his mind clearly working on a different track. He was staring intently at the coiled serpent. "This symbol, it's an Ouroboros. It represents infinity, self-renewal, the eternal cycle of destruction and rebirth." He looked at Lena. "That doesn't sound like a simple Toymaker's logo." He pulled out his laptop, which he now seemed to carry everywhere. Placing it on the table, he began to type, his fingers flying across the keyboard. "I've been digging into old Prague guilds, not just toy makers, clockmakers, artisans, alchemists. anything from that period. While Pavel searched, Lena picked up the soldier. She turned it over and over in her hands. The part of the Toymaker inside her didn't just see the design, it appreciated it. It admired the perfect balance, the clever articulation in the joints, the sheer, obsessive quality of the craftsmanship. The feeling was deeply disturbing, a violation of her own thoughts. She felt like a prisoner in her own skull, forced to admire the architecture of her cell. "There are stories," Pavel muttered, his eyes glued to the screen. "Fringe groups, heretical societies, people who blended science and what they called soul crafting." He paused. "Most were suppressed by the church or the emperor. Their records were burned, but some myths persist." He typed in a new set of search terms. Prague Guild Ouroboros symbol 17th century. The search results were sparse. Fragments from digitized academic papers and obscure historical forums. But then he found it. A footnote in a long, dry dissertation on Renaissance-era medical ethics. "Here," he said, his voice tight with excitement and dread. He turned the laptop for them to see. The footnote described a secretive, excommunicated society known as the Collegium Mechanicum Anatomicum, the anatomical mechanists. According to the text, they were a splinter group of brilliant but disgraced surgeons, clockmakers, and natural philosophers. Their central, heretical belief was that the human body was a flawed, organic machine. They believed that flesh and blood were prone to decay and disease, and that true, eternal life could only be achieved by systematically replacing fragile anatomy with superior, custom-built clockwork. They weren't just making toys, Lena breathed, the horrifying truth crashing down on her. They were practicing, they were honing their skills. Pavel scrolled down, reading aloud. The Collegium believed that a soul was not an ethereal concept, but a measurable biomechanical energy that could be transferred and housed in a more durable vessel. They were obsessed with preservation. Their experiments were considered abominations. They were hunted, their workshops destroyed. He stopped, his face pale. "What is it?" Katka urged. "Their founder and leader," Pavel said, his voice a near whisper. "A man of incredible genius and cruelty, who wrote most of their foundational texts. He lost his own family to the plague and became the most fervent believer in their cause. The historical records don't have his name. They only have his title within the guild." He looked at Lena, his eyes wide with horrified understanding. "They called him Pan-T-Verse, the creator." The name echoed in the cafe, a ghost from the workshop sitting at their table. The Toymaker was not some lone, grief-stricken artisan. He was the founder of a cult of monstrous bioengineers. The workshop was not just his sanctuary. It was the original temple of his twisted faith. The pieces were slotting together into a picture far larger and more terrible than Lena could have imagined. The man with the camera, the spreading of the toys. This was not a random haunting. It was a plan. "Keep reading," Lena commanded, her voice steely. Pavel scrolled to the end of the entry. The Collegium was officially disbanded in Prague after T-Verse's supposed death in a fire, but there are rumors that it wasn't an end, that the fire was a cover, that the most devout members escaped, taking their master's research with them. There are unsubstantiated accounts of their coiled serpent mark appearing in other cities over the next centuries: Vienna, Geneva, Paris. He looked up from the screen, the full weight of his discovery settling upon them. This guild, it might not be history, he said. They believed in eternal life through mechanical replacement. What if for some of them, it worked? The implications were staggering. The Toymaker wasn't just a lingering psychic imprint. His consciousness might have survived, transferred from vessel to vessel, toy to human through the centuries. The man with the camera might not just be a follower, he could be a host, or one of many. This wasn't a ghost story anymore. It was a conspiracy, a secret, immortal society of surgeons and mechanics who saw humanity as a collection of spare parts for their own eternal life. And Lena, with the Toymaker's analytical vision now permanently burned into her mind, was the only person in the world who could see them for what they truly were. She was no longer just the survivor of a haunted house. She was the unwilling enemy of an ancient, terrifying order, and she held in her hand one of their sacred, dormant machines. Chapter 16: A Web Across the City. The revelation in the cafe changed everything. The threat was no longer a contained, supernatural event. It was a living, breathing conspiracy, a cancer that had been metastasizing across Europe for centuries. The Collegium Mechanicum Anatomicum. The name itself felt like a curse. They left the cafe, the wooden soldier now wrapped in a cloth and tucked deep into Pavel's bag. It felt too dangerous for Katka to carry. They walked without speaking, each lost in the enormity of what they had discovered. The bustling streets of Prague, once a source of comfort and beauty for Lena, now seemed sinister. Every person they passed was a potential threat, who had unnaturally bright eyes, who moved with a gait that was just a little too smooth, a little too precise. The Toymaker's sight was a paranoid filter, turning the city into a gallery of potential monsters. They returned to Lena's apartment, which had become their reluctant headquarters. The fear was a palpable presence in the room, thick and suffocating. "We have to assume they know about us," Pavel said, breaking the silence. He started packing, his mind working furiously. The message, the cameraman, that was a warning, a flex. They were showing us they could reach us. They're watching. "That cameraman," Katka said, her voice strained. "We have his face. We know the news station he works for. We can go to the police." "And tell them what?" Lena countered, her voice weary. "That a secret cabal of immortal clockwork surgeons is trying to take over the world, and we know this because I spent a night in a haunted attic. They'd lock us up." "She's right," Pavel agreed. "We have no proof that would stand up to scrutiny. A drawing in a sketchbook, a historical footnote on the internet, and now this cameraman. What if we go to the station and he's not there? What if he never officially worked there? These people have had centuries to learn how to be invisible." He stopped packing and looked at Lena, his expression grim. "Your new ability, Lena. It's our only real advantage. You can see what they are. You can identify their work. That makes you the only real threat to them." The weight of that statement settled on Lena. She was not just a survivor, she was a detector, and that made her a target. Over the next few days, a new, tense routine formed. Pavel, using his skills as a researcher, dived headfirst into the digital rabbit hole of the Collegium. He worked from encrypted connections, searching for any mention of the Ouroboros symbol, any whispers of surgeons with unnaturally long careers, or architects whose designs showed an obsessive, inhuman precision. Katka, fueled by a nervous energy, became their lookout, their connection to the outside world. She monitored news reports about the workshop, scanned social media for any mention of strange souvenirs from the demolition site, and kept watch on the street outside Lena's apartment. Lena's role was the most passive and the most terrifying. She was the lens. Pavel would show her photographs of people or blueprints of buildings he found suspicious, and she would analyze them. Most were nothing, but occasionally her terrible sight would snag on something. She saw it in the blueprints for a recently built, highly secure data storage facility on the outskirts of Prague. The design was brutally efficient, but the structural supports, the power conduits, the very layout of the server racks, it all resembled the articulating joints of a colossal metal hand. She saw it in a photograph of a celebrated Swiss cardiac surgeon, a man in his late 70s who looked decades younger. In the photo, his smile was warm, but Lena's vision saw past the flesh to the faint, telltale glint of a perfectly machined gear train behind his unnervingly clear eyes. The web was vast, it was integrated. They weren't hiding in the shadows. They were pillars of society. Surgeons, engineers, architects, technicians, people who controlled the mechanics of the modern world. They weren't building an army of clockwork soldiers. They were turning the world itself into their workshop. One evening, Katka came back from a supply run, her face pale. "I saw him," she said, her voice barely a whisper as she locked the door behind her. "The cameraman. He was across the street just watching the building." A cold dread washed over them. They were being penned in. That night Lena had a dream. It was not a nightmare of the workshop. It was clear and sharp, a product of the Toymaker's analytical mind still clinging to hers. In the dream, she was standing in the center of Prague, but the city was made of glass. She could see through the buildings, through the streets, into the ground below. And beneath the city, she saw a network. It was not a sewer system or a metro line. It was a vast web of brass conduits and pneumatic tubes glowing with a faint, internal light. It connected key points. The hospital where the Swiss surgeon sometimes lectured, the new data facility, the government building that housed the city's infrastructure plans. And in her dream, she understood what it was. It was a nervous system, a network for transferring energy, information, or consciousness. The Collegium had built its own infrastructure beneath the city's skin. The workshop was not their only temple, it was merely the oldest. She woke up in a cold sweat. The schematic of the underground network burned into her memory. She stumbled out of bed and into the living room, where Pavel had fallen asleep at his laptop. She grabbed her sketchbook and a pencil. "Lena, what is it?" he asked, waking with a start. "I know where they are," she said, her hand flying across the page, drawing the map from her dream. "They're not just in the buildings, they're under them. They're connected." She drew the web, marking the nodes she had seen. As the map took shape, Pavel's eyes widened. He recognized the locations. He pulled up a city planning map on his laptop, and the nodes Lena was drawing lined up perfectly with access points to the city's oldest, deepest maintenance tunnels, some dating back centuries. "It's real," he breathed. "This has been their project all along." As Lena drew the final connection on her dream map, her pencil hovering over a point just south of the old town square, her phone, which she'd left on the table, lit up. It was a text message from an unknown number. It contained only a single photograph and 3 words. The photo was of a familiar, ornate music box, its mahogany case gleaming. Not the broken one from the workshop, but a different one. A new one, or an old one perfectly preserved. The 3 words were, "The song continues." Lena stared at the photo, her blood running cold. The music box was the heart. It was the machine for housing a soul. She had destroyed the original, freeing Anjka. The message was chillingly clear. The Collegium had another one, and they were about to use it. Chapter 17. The Bait. The text message was a declaration of intent. The photograph of the pristine music box, the SRDCE Dilny, was not just a threat, it was a promise. The Collegium was not just expanding its influence, it was preparing for a new transference. They were going to capture a new soul. "Whose?" Katka asked, her voice a horrified whisper as she looked at the photo on Lena's phone. "Who are they going after?" "That's the question, isn't it?" Pavel said, his face grim. He was already cross-referencing the location on Lena's dream map with public records. "This node here," he pointed to the spot on the screen, "it's an old electrical substation, largely defunct. It sits directly beneath a building that houses the National Archives of Historical Documents." "Why there?" Lena wondered aloud. "Maybe they need something from the archives," Pavel mused. "Or maybe it's the person in the archives." He began typing furiously, pulling up a staff directory for the facility. Dozens of names appeared on the screen. Archivists, librarians, security guards. It was a list of anonymous people. Lena looked at the list, but the names meant nothing. Her sight, her terrible gift, worked on schematics and physical observation, not on text. "I can't tell from this," she said in frustration. The message said, "The song continues," Katka reminded them, her mind seizing on the detail. Anjka's song was a lullaby, a children's song. What if they're not after an archivist? Pavel's eyes widened. He clicked on a link on the archive's website, one he had previously ignored. It was for a community outreach program. This Saturday, the archives were hosting a special event. A day of stories, a children's reading hour for the families of employees. The pieces fell into place with a sickening thud. Children. They were going to take a child. "This Saturday," Pavel said, his voice tight. "That's 2 days from now." The trap was laid. They had been given all the information, the what, the where, and the when. It was an act of supreme arrogance. The Collegium wasn't just telling them what they were going to do, they were daring them to try and stop it. They were using an innocent child as bait to draw Lena out. The apartment, their makeshift sanctuary, suddenly felt like a pressure cooker. For days they had been reactive, hiding, gathering information. Now they were being forced to act. "We go to the police," Katka insisted, her earlier conviction returning. We tell them there's a threat against this event. We don't have to tell them about clockwork cults. We can invent a threat, anything to get a police presence there. And what happens when nothing visible occurs? Pavel countered. The Collegium is subtle. They've been doing this for centuries. They won't have some man in a mask snatch a child. It will be quieter, a technician who gets a child to wander off, a gas leak that forces a brief, confusing evacuation. They'll cause a moment of chaos, and in that moment the child will vanish. The police will be looking for a kidnapper, not a soul thief. Will be dismissed as cranks, and they will have their prize. So we do nothing, Katka demanded, her voice rising. We just let them take a child. No, Lena said, her voice cutting through the argument. She was staring at the map she had drawn, the web of conduits beneath the city. The bait wasn't just the child. It was her. The Collegium wanted her there. They wanted the woman who could see them, the woman who carried the ghost of their founder's mind. They want me, Lena said. This whole thing is designed to get me to that substation. Why? What's so important about me being there? Because you're the anomaly, Pavel reasoned. You broke the original curse. You carry T-Verse's imprint. Maybe they can't perform the new transference without you, or maybe they want to study you, or maybe, he trailed off, the unspoken conclusion hanging in the air. Or maybe they want to transfer your soul into their new music box. The thought was a shard of ice in Lena's gut. To capture her, with her unique sight and the fragment of their founder's genius, would be their ultimate prize. She would be their new Angeka, a far more powerful battery for their machines. A grim resolve settled over her. She would not be a victim, she would not be their prize. They wanted her to walk into their trap. Fine, she would, but she would not walk in blind. Pavel, she said, her voice steady. The substation. I need the original blueprints. I need to see its structure. I need to see how it connects to the tunnels where its weaknesses are. Lena, you can't be thinking of going down there, he protested. It's the only way, she said, her gaze unwavering. They've shown us they're bored, now we have to make our move. You and Katka will be at the event. You'll be my eyes on the surface. You'll watch the children, look for anyone who doesn't belong. The cameraman, the surgeon, anyone. You'll create a distraction if you have to stop them from taking a child. Give me a signal if you see anything. She turned to face them, the reluctant general of their tiny, terrified army. While you do that, I'm going into the tunnels. I'm going to their new workshop. They want me there. They'll be expecting me to come through the front door, but I'm going to find the back. I'm going to use the Toymaker's own sight against them. I'm not going down there to be their battery. I'm going down there to pull the plug. It was a desperate, suicidal plan, and they all knew it. But it was the only plan they had. For the first time since escaping the attic, Lena felt a flicker of something other than fear. It was a cold, hard anger. The Collegium had taken her peace, her memories, and her view of the world. Now she was going to take the fight to them, into the mechanical heart that beat beneath the city. Chapter 18: The Descent. The 2 days leading up to the event were a blur of frantic preparation. Pavel, with a skill for digital subterfuge that surprised Lena, managed to acquire the blueprints for the old substation and the surrounding tunnel network. He spread them out on Lena's floor, and the three of them knelt over the aging documents like generals planning a campaign. For Lena, looking at the blueprints was an almost out-of-body experience. Her analytical sight kicked into overdrive. She saw not just lines on paper but a living system. She pointed out weak points in the tunnel walls, old, forgotten service shafts, and the flow of electrical conduits that could be overloaded. She was thinking like an engineer, like a saboteur, like him. She hated it, but she knew it was their only weapon. They devised a simple communication system, a set of cheap, prepaid phones, one for each of them. 3 rings and a hang-up from Pavel or Katka would mean they had spotted a member of the Collegium at the event. 4 rings would mean the abduction was in progress. A text message with a single period would mean the child was safe and the event was over. It was crude, but it was untraceable. On the morning of the event, the city was draped in a thin, gray drizzle. The weather matched Lena's mood. Pavel and Katka left first, dressed in unremarkable clothes, blending into the weekend crowds heading toward the archives. The look Pavel gave Lena before he left was heavy with a mixture of fear and trust. Katka simply hugged her, a fierce, desperate embrace. "Be careful," she whispered. Once they were gone, Lena prepared herself. She dressed in dark, practical clothing. In a small backpack, she packed a powerful flashlight, a crowbar, a pair of heavy-duty wire cutters, and the toy soldier. She hesitated, then added her sketchbook and a pencil. She might need to map what she found down there. She was no longer a terrified victim. She was an infiltrator. Her entry point was a maintenance hatch in a deserted alleyway several blocks from the archives, a spot she had identified from the blueprints. The lock was old and rusted. It took her several minutes of struggling with the crowbar before it gave way with a loud, groaning protest. She lifted the heavy iron lid, revealing a dark, circular opening. A narrow iron ladder descended into the blackness. The air that rose up smelled of damp earth, stagnant water, and ozone. It was the smell of the city's underbelly. She took one last look at the gray sky, then swung herself onto the ladder and began to climb down. She pulled the heavy lid closed above her, plunging herself into absolute darkness. The beam of her flashlight cut through the gloom, illuminating a narrow, circular brick tunnel. Water dripped from the ceiling, and the sound echoed in the confined space. She was in the old service network. The main tunnel was about 50 yards ahead, according to the map she had memorized. The walk was tense. Every drip of water, every skittering sound from the darkness sent a jolt of adrenaline through her. She was acutely aware of how vulnerable she was, but the Toymaker's sight gave her an edge. She could see the stress fractures in the brickwork, the sag in the ceiling, the places where the ground was unstable. She moved with a strange confidence, guided by the ghost in her head. She reached the main tunnel. It was larger, a vaulted brick passageway wide enough for a small cart. A thick bundle of ancient, cloth-wrapped cables ran along one wall. On the other, newer, thicker conduits had been installed. This was the network she had seen in her dream. She checked her phone. No signal. She was cut off. She was on her own until she resurfaced. She began to walk, her footsteps splashing in the shallow puddles of grimy water. She followed the path from her dream map, heading toward the coordinates of the substation. The air grew colder, the scent of ozone stronger. She was getting closer to a major power source. After about 20 minutes of walking, she saw it. A branch in the tunnel, but this one was different. It was newer, the brickwork clean, the construction precise. It was not on the city's official blueprints. It was their work. At the entrance to the tunnel stood a heavy iron gate secured with a modern electronic lock. Lena approached the gate cautiously. The lock's keypad glowed with a soft green light. There was no way she could break it or pick it, but as her flashlight beam swept over the wall beside the gate, her analytical sight noticed something. A hairline seam around a single brick, a hidden panel. She pressed against it. The brick clicked and slid inward, revealing a small, recessed compartment. Inside was not a keyhole, but a small, circular indentation. It was the exact size and shape of the base of the toy soldier. It was a key only a member of the Collegium would possess. With a trembling hand, she took the soldier from her backpack. She hesitated. The moment she used this key, they would know she was here. An alarm would sound. Her stealthy approach would be over. But what was the alternative? Turn back, she had come too far. She took a deep breath, placed the base of the soldier into the indentation and pushed. It fit perfectly. There was a soft, mechanical click from the gate's lock, and it swung open with a silent, well-oiled hiss. Beyond the gate, the tunnel was different. The floor was smooth concrete, not brick. The walls were lined with polished brass conduits that hummed with a low, powerful energy. Small, recessed lights glowed in the ceiling, illuminating the passageway with a sterile, white light. This was their territory. She stepped through the gateway, her heart pounding. As she did, the gate swung shut behind her, the lock clicking back into place. There was no turning back now. She was in the belly of the beast. The sterile tunnel stretched out before her, leading deeper into the earth, toward the hum of unseen machinery and the location of the new workshop, where the next innocent soul was being prepared for its cage. Chapter 19. The Anatomist's Theater. The polished brass conduits that lined the tunnel hummed with a low, resonant frequency that Lena felt in her teeth. The air was clean, dry, and sterile, a stark contrast to the damp decay of the city's tunnels. It was the air of a laboratory. The Toymaker's influence in her mind was a constant, unsettling presence, but here, in a place built on his own principles, it sharpened. It felt less like a ghost and more like a tuning fork, vibrating in sympathy with its surroundings. She followed the tunnel as it sloped gently downward. The humming grew louder, mingling with a faint, rhythmic clicking that was horrifyingly familiar. It was the sound of clockwork, not the chaotic ticking of hundreds of small toys, but the powerful, synchronized beat of a few large machines. The tunnel opened into a vast, circular chamber. Lena stopped at the threshold, her breath catching in her throat. This was not a grimy workshop like the attic. This was a cathedral to the Collegium's twisted faith. The chamber was a multi-tiered anatomical theater. In the center, on a raised circular platform, sat the music box from the photograph. It was a perfect replica of the one from the attic, its mahogany and brass gleaming under the bright, shadowless light of the chamber. Around it, on the central platform, were tables laden with strange instruments, tools that looked like a terrifying fusion of a surgeon's scalpel and a watchmaker's lathe. But it was the tiers of the theater that held the true horror. In the tiered seats where students or observers would normally sit were figures, dozens of them. They were not human. They were intricate, life-sized automatons crafted from brass, steel, and ivory. There was a clockwork surgeon, its multi-jointed arms ending in a variety of sharp, precise tools. There was a nurse made of polished porcelain, its hands holding a silver tray. There were observers, slender figures of dark wood, their heads, featureless ovoids of polished metal, all turned toward the central stage. They were all perfectly still, silent sentinels in this sterile temple, waiting. And in the very center of the room, standing beside the music box, was a man. He was tall and gaunt, dressed in a long, dark coat that resembled a surgeon's gown. His back was to her. He was bent over one of the tables, making a minute adjustment to a complex piece of machinery. It was not the cameraman. This was someone else, someone important. Lena ducked back into the tunnel, her heart hammering. This was the trap. She had been led here to this theater. The empty stage was waiting for its final actor, her. She pulled out her phone. Miraculously, a single bar of signal flickered on the screen. The conduits in the walls must be amplifying it somehow. She quickly typed a message to Pavel, her thumbs clumsy with fear. It's a theater, automatons, one man, waiting. She hit send, praying it would go through. She needed to understand the room. Peeking around the edge of the tunnel entrance, she activated her terrible sight, letting the Toymaker's perception overlay her own. The chamber resolved into a stunningly complex schematic. The automatons were not just statues. They were wired into the floor, connected to the humming conduits. The entire theater was a single, integrated machine. The central platform where the music box sat was a massive pressure plate. The man by the music box was not just a person. Her sight saw the faint shimmer of a sophisticated biomechanical heart ticking steadily in his chest. He was one of them, a senior member by the authority he radiated. As she studied the schematic in her mind, she saw the trap. The moment she stepped onto the central platform, the pressure plate would activate, sealing the entrance and powering up the automatons. The theater would come to life, and the clockwork surgeon would begin its work. Her phone buzzed in her hand. It was a reply from Pavel. "We see him. The cameraman, he's near the children's section, standing by a service door. He's not making a move, just watching, waiting for something." Of course he was. He was waiting for the signal that the trap had been sprung. He was the kidnapper, ready to act the moment Lena was incapacitated. A cold rage burned through her fear. They were going to use her to trigger the abduction of a child. Her capture was the green light for theirs. She could not let that happen. She had to do something they wouldn't expect. She could not step onto that platform. She had to disrupt the system from the outside. Her eyes, guided by the Toymaker's knowledge, scanned the chamber again, looking for a flaw, a weakness. She saw it. The main power conduit, the thickest of the brass tubes, ran from a junction box on the far wall directly to the central platform. It was the theater's Yorta. If she could sever it, she might be able to disable the trap before it was sprung. The junction box was on the other side of the chamber. To get to it, she would have to circle around the tiered seating, moving behind the rows of silent, watching automatons. It was a terrifying prospect. Clutching her crowbar, she took a deep breath and slipped out of the tunnel. She kept to the shadows at the very edge of the chamber, her back scraping against the cold, smooth wall. The man at the center, the high-ranking anatomist, did not move. He was still engrossed in his work, confident in his trap. Lena moved silently, her sneakers making no sound on the polished concrete floor. She passed the first row of clockwork observers. Their polished metal heads were all facing the stage, away from her. She held her breath as she crept behind them. They were beautiful, terrifying works of art. The seams in their brass bodies were almost invisible. The detail was exquisite. She was halfway to the junction box when her phone buzzed again. This time it wasn't a text. It was the signal. 3 sharp rings, then silence. Pavel had spotted another one. Her blood ran cold. The plan was already failing. There wasn't just one of them on the surface. She risked a glance toward the center of the room. The anatomist had straightened up. He had turned his head slightly as if listening to something she couldn't hear. An earpiece, a telepathic link. He knew she was here. The time for stealth was over. He turned fully, his face revealed in the bright, sterile light. He was an old man with a severe, aristocratic face and eyes that burned with a cold, intellectual fire. It was the celebrated Swiss cardiac surgeon from the photograph. "So the anomaly arrives," the surgeon said, his voice calm and resonant, amplified by the theater's acoustics. He spoke in perfect, unaccented English. "We have been so eager to meet you." He smiled, a thin, cruel curve of his lips. "Welcome to the operating theater. Please come to the stage. We have so much to discuss." As he spoke, he pressed a small, almost invisible button on the side of the music box. In the tiered seats, every automaton turned its head in perfect, silent unison. Their blank faces, metal and porcelain, all swiveled to fixate directly on her. The trap had been sprung manually. The hunt had begun. Chapter 20: The Severed Nerve. The silent, unified turning of 100 mechanical heads was the most terrifying thing Lena had ever witnessed. There was no creak of gears, no protest of metal, just a smooth, instantaneous reorientation. The entire theater was now focused on her, a single, living organism aware of the foreign body in its system. The surgeon on the central platform watched her with an air of detached amusement, a scientist observing a rat in a maze. "There is no escape, my dear," he said, his voice echoing in the chamber. "This place is a testament to perfect design. You should appreciate that. I'm told you have the capacity for it." The clockwork nurse, its porcelain face impassive, began to move. It stepped gracefully off the central platform and started walking toward her, its silver tray held out as if offering a refreshment. The surgeon chuckled. "Nurse is simply coming to escort you to the stage. It is time for your examination." Lena didn't wait to see what was on the tray. She ran. She sprinted along the outer wall of the chamber, her goal still the junction box. The nurse changed direction, its movements unnervingly fluid, cutting her off. From the tiers, 2 of the wood and metal observers stepped down from their perches. They moved with a silent, loping gait, their metal limbs moving with a horrifying speed. They were hurting her, driving her away from the junction box and back toward the stage. Her phone buzzed again, a frantic, desperate series of rings that didn't stop. 4 rings, 5, 6. The signal was shot. Pavel was panicking. Something was going wrong on the surface. Lena dodged as a herding automaton lunged at her. She swung her crowbar, connecting with its wooden leg. The wood splintered, but the machine barely faltered. She had to get to that conduit. She saw a chance, a narrow gap between the advancing nurse and one of the herders. She feinted left, then darted right, slipping past them. She was in the clear for a moment, the junction box only 20 feet away. The surgeon sighed, a sound of disappointment. So uncooperative, a flaw in your design we shall have to correct. He made a small, precise gesture with his hand. From the highest tier, the masterwork automaton, the clockwork surgeon, detached itself from its station. It was a terrifying behemoth of brass and steel, 8 feet tall, with a multitude of articulated arms tipped with whirring saws, sharp points, and grasping claws. It didn't step down. It leaped, landing on the floor between Lena and the junction box with a ground-shaking thud that echoed through the chamber. It rose to its full height, a magnificent, terrifying god of metal blocking her path. She was trapped. Her path to the power source was cut off. The herders were closing in from behind. The nurse was advancing from the side. Panic gave way to a cold, analytical clarity. The Toymaker's sight, her curse and her only hope, took over. She didn't see monsters. She saw machines. She saw their power sources, their actuators, their weak points. The herders ran on a centralized power system, but the behemoth surgeon, the masterpiece, had its own internal power source, a glowing miniature furnace in its chest. And the nurse was different. It was elegant, precise, but its movements were controlled by a network of fine, almost invisible wires that ran from its back to a control panel near the chamber's entrance. An idea, insane and desperate, flashed in her mind. She turned and ran, not away from the monsters, but directly toward the nurse. The nurse, expecting her to flee, was momentarily confused. Lena ducked under its outstretched tray, the strange surgical instruments on it clattering. She brought her heavy-duty wire cutters, which she still held in one hand, up in a sweeping arc and snipped the bundle of control wires at the nurse's back. The nurse froze instantly, its limbs locking into place. It was neutralized. But Lena wasn't done. The nurse's silver tray had fallen to the floor, its contents scattering. Among them was a long, wicked-looking surgical needle, thin as a knitting needle and sharp as a razor. Lena scooped it up. The behemoth surgeon was turning its massive torso to face her, its saws beginning to whir. The herders were almost upon her. Lena took a deep breath, aimed, and threw the needle with all her strength. She wasn't aiming for the surgeon's metal body. Guided by a flash of insight from the ghost in her head, she aimed for the wall beside the chamber entrance. At the control panel the nurse had been wired to. The needle flew through the air, a silver streak, and struck the panel with a sharp thwack. It hit its mark perfectly, plunging deep into a cluster of exposed wiring. There was a shower of blue sparks. A loud electrical pop echoed through the chamber. The sterile white lights flickered and died, plunging the theater into a disorienting semi-darkness, lit only by the faint glow from the brass conduits and the fiery furnace in the giant surgeon's chest. The humming of the chamber changed pitch, becoming a discordant, angry buzz. She had short-circuited a minor system. But the effect was immediate. The two hurting automatons, their centralized control system scrambled by the power surge, began to twitch and spasm. They turned on each other, their movements now clumsy and violent, locking into a chaotic battle of flailing metal limbs. The behemoth surgeon also faltered, its head twitching as its complex targeting system tried to reboot in the flickering light. Its whirring saws sputtered and died. It was the opening she needed. She sprinted past the dueling herders and the rebooting giant, her path to the junction box now clear. The Swiss surgeon, for the first time, lost his composure. His face twisted into a mask of fury. "Insolent child," he roared. "You cannot outsmart perfection." Lena reached the junction box. It was a heavy steel panel held shut with 4 large bolts. She jammed her crowbar under the edge and pulled with every ounce of her strength. The metal groaned. One bolt popped free, then another. The giant surgeon was coming back online. Its saws began to whir again. It took a heavy, determined step toward her. Lena gave one last, desperate heave on the crowbar. The panel ripped free from the wall with a screech of tortured metal, exposing the thick, pulsating brass conduit within. The main power line, the theater's aorta. The giant surgeon raised a massive, clawed hand, ready to crush her. Lena didn't hesitate. She lifted her wire cutters, the heavy-duty blades she had brought for just this purpose. She opened them wide, placed them around the humming brass conduit, and squeezed with all her might. The blades bit into the metal. The chamber lights flickered wildly. The humming rose to an unbearable shriek. With a final, convulsive effort, she squeezed the handles together. The blades sheared through the conduit. The result was instantaneous and catastrophic. A massive, blinding arc of raw energy erupted from the severed conduit, throwing Lena backward. The lights in the chamber did not just go out. They exploded in a shower of sparks and glass. The angry buzz died, replaced by a profound, dead silence. Every machine in the room, including the giant surgeon and the dueling herders, went completely, utterly limp. Their power source was cut. They were just statues of metal and wire once more. The theater was dead. Lena lay on the floor, her body tingling from the static discharge, her ears ringing. In the profound darkness, there was only one source of light left, the soft, internal glow from the music box on the central platform. The trap was broken, the army was defeated. It was just her and the surgeon, alone in the dark. Chapter 21. The Flaw in Perfection. In the sudden, deafening silence of the dead theater, the only sound was Lena's own ragged breathing. The darkness was almost total, broken only by the faint, pulsing glow of the music box on the central stage. The air was thick with the smell of burnt ozone and melted wiring. She had done it. She had cut the power. The army of automatons was now just a collection of expensive, inert sculptures. Slowly, painfully, Lena pushed herself to her feet. Her muscles screamed in protest, and a low-grade electrical hum vibrated through her bones. The Swiss surgeon stood on the central platform, a dark silhouette against the music box's glow. His composure was shattered. The arrogant scientist had been replaced by a furious zealot. "You have ruined it," he hissed, his voice no longer calm but a venomous whisper that carried in the dead air. Centuries of perfect design, undone by a flawed, emotional child. "It wasn't perfect," Lena called out, her voice shaky but clear. Her analytical sight, which had been her guide, now showed her a new truth. "You built a system with a single point of failure. That's not genius, it's arrogance." The surgeon's silhouette stiffened. She had insulted not just his work but his faith. "The flesh is flawed," he spat. "The human variable is weak. Our work corrects this. We offer eternity, precision, order." "You offer a cage," Lena retorted, taking a cautious step toward the platform. "You call it perfection, but it's just a prison. Ask Angeka." The name hung in the darkness between them. The surgeon flinched, a subtle but definite reaction. The first vessel was a proof of concept, a necessary sacrifice for a greater purpose. "She was a child you murdered to fuel your machines," Lena said, her voice dripping with contempt. "And now you will help us perfect the process," the surgeon said, his fury giving way to a cold resolve. He reached out and placed a hand on the music box. Even with the theater's main power cut, the box itself remained active, its internal power source independent and self-contained. "Your unique mind, your contamination by our founder, you will make an exquisite power source, far superior to a frightened child." He intended to perform the transference himself, here, now. Lena's phone, which she thought was dead, buzzed weakly in her pocket. She pulled it out. The screen was cracked, but it held a single, new text from Pavel. "Cameraman is gone, so is one child, a little girl. He took her. I'm so sorry." The message was a physical blow. Lena staggered, the air knocked from her lungs. She had failed. While she was fighting his machines, the real crime had been committed. Her victory in the theater was meaningless. The cameraman had the child, and they were likely already in the tunnels, heading for another workshop, another music box. Despair washed over her, a cold, crushing tide. She had lost. The surgeon saw the change in her posture, the flicker of her phone's light, the devastation on her face. A slow, triumphant smile spread across his lips. "Ah," he said softly, "so you see, your efforts here were merely a distraction, a test. We wanted to see what you could do, and you have been most impressive. But the primary objective was never you. It was acquiring the new vessel, which I see we have now done." He had played her perfectly. The entire confrontation had been a feint, a complex piece of theater designed to keep her occupied while the real abduction took place. "And now," the surgeon continued, his voice smooth as silk, "we will complete our collection." He opened a small compartment on the side of the music box, revealing a complex array of dials and glowing tubes. He began to make adjustments, preparing the machine for transference. Lena's despair curdled into a new volcanic rage. They had used her. They had used her fight for Angeka, her struggle for her own sanity, as a smokescreen to steal another child. She looked at the surgeon, at his arrogant, smug face, and the last vestiges of her fear burned away, leaving something cold, hard, and sharp. The ghost of the Toymaker in her mind was no longer just a lens. It was a weapon, A part of her she had been fighting, but now she embraced it. She remembered the blueprints. She remembered the schematics. She remembered the Toymaker's own secret designs, the ones Anjka had shown her. She knew how his machines worked, all of them. "You talk about perfection," Lena said, her voice dangerously quiet. She began to walk toward the stage, her footsteps echoing in the silent chamber. "But your founder, your great Pan T-verse, he had secrets. He built flaws into his own designs, fail-safes, backdoors he never told his followers about. He was a paranoid genius. He never would have created a system he couldn't secretly control or destroy." The surgeon paused, his hand hovering over a dial. A flicker of uncertainty crossed his face. "Lies. The founder's designs were flawless." "Were they?" Lena asked, her voice laced with the cold certainty of the man whose mind she now shared. She stopped at the edge of the platform. "This music box, it's a perfect replica of the original, isn't it? Built from the same blueprints." "To the exact specification," the surgeon confirmed, a hint of pride in his voice. "Then you made a mistake," Lena said. She pointed to a small, almost invisible seam in the brass filigree on the front of the box. "The original design contains a resonant frequency override, a single, pure acoustic tone that can cascade the primary power cell into a full system collapse." She looked him directly in the eye. "He designed a self-destruct mechanism, and you copied it without ever knowing." The surgeon stared at the seam, then back at her, his face a mixture of disbelief and dawning horror. "You're bluffing." "Am I?" Lena's own voice felt distant. The next words that came out were not hers. They were from a deeper, older part of her consciousness. They were in perfect, archaic 17th century Czech, a language she had studied but never spoken with such fluency. She spoke a series of precise, technical terms: acoustic frequencies, crystalline harmonics, energy matrix collapse. It was the Toymaker speaking through her, describing the flaw in his own masterpiece. The surgeon stumbled back from the music box as if it were a snake, his face ashen. He understood. The language, the terminology, it was all real. "But the tone," he stammered. "It's impossible to replicate without the founder's own tools." "You don't need his tools," Lena said, switching back to English, her own voice returning. "You just need a perfect pitch, a pure note." She took a deep breath. She thought of the lullaby the gilded cage minder had stolen from her. The memory of the melody was gone, but the knowledge of the notes remained. She had been a singer in a choir as a teenager. She knew how to hold a note. She opened her mouth, and from her throat came a single, pure, unwavering tone. A high C, it was the keynote of the stolen lullaby. The note of her sister's memory. It rang out in the dead silence of the theater, clear and perfect. The music box on the stage began to vibrate. The soft light within it flickered, then intensified, turning from a gentle glow to an angry, unstable red. A high-pitched whine started to build, the sound of a machine tearing itself apart from the inside. The surgeon stared in horror, first at the box, then at Lena. "What have you done?" he shrieked. "I'm showing you the flaw in perfection," Lena said, holding the note, pouring all her grief and rage into that one perfect sound. The whine from the music box rose to an unbearable scream. The red light pulsed violently. The surgeon, Realizing he was standing next to a bomb, turned to flee, but it was too late. With a final, deafening crack, the SRDCE Dilny exploded. Chapter 22: The Liberation. Unlike the first music box, this one did not release a wave of cleansing light. It released chaos. The explosion was a contained but violent burst of raw, untethered energy. The mahogany and brass box vaporized. The central platform cracked, and a shockwave of distorted, angry power ripped through the dead theater. The surgeon was caught in the blast. He screamed, a high, thin sound that was abruptly cut off. His body was thrown across the stage, but it was not just his body that was breaking. The biomechanical heart in his chest, a product of the same flawed genius, overloaded. Blue sparks erupted from his chest and eyes. He convulsed once, then lay still, a wisp of smoke rising from the dark coat. The master was dead, undone by the master's own secret signature. The shockwave hit Lena, throwing her backward. She landed hard, the air knocked from her lungs, the pure note she was holding cut short. The power that washed over her was not Anjka's sorrowful grief. It was a discordant, confused jumble of psychic fragments, the residual energy of other souls the Collegium had captured and consumed over the centuries. Echoes of forgotten lives, a library of stolen consciousness, all released at once without a guiding hand. The inert automatons in the theater began to twitch and spark as the raw energy washed over them. Their limbs moved erratically. A herder's arm swung wildly, smashing the head of the automaton next to it. The behemoth surgeon saw's word to life for a single second before its internal furnace blew out with a metallic clang. The chamber was a maelstrom of haywiring machines and screaming psychic static. Lena crawled away, trying to escape the chaos. She had to get out. She had to get to the surface, to Pavel, to the stolen child. She stumbled through the darkened theater, past the thrashing, dying machines. She reached the tunnel that had been her entrance. As she ran, she could feel the entire subterranean structure groaning around her. The destruction of the music box had destabilized the power grid that ran through the conduits. The whole network was collapsing. She ran through the sterile corridor, the polished brass tubes now flickering and sparking. The gate at the end, the one she had opened with the soldier, was twisted and bent from the explosion's shockwave. Its lock melted. She squeezed through the gap and back into the old city tunnels, not daring to look back. She followed her memorized path, her flashlight beam dancing wildly. Behind her, she could hear the groan of collapsing tunnels and the shriek of tortured metal. The Collegium's secret nervous system was dying. She finally reached the service ladder. Gasping for breath, she climbed, her aching muscles protesting with every rung. She pushed open the heavy manhole cover and scrambled out into the gray, drizzling rain of the Prague alley. The air, cool and wet, had never felt so good. She was out, she was alive. She pulled out her cracked phone. The screen was barely readable, but it was working. She called Pavel. He answered on the first ring. "Lena, are you okay? What happened?" The ground here shook. "I'm okay," she gasped, leaning against the cold brick wall of the alley. "The workshop, the theater, it's gone. I destroyed it. The surgeon is dead." "My God," Pavel breathed. There was a pause, and then his voice returned, tight with urgency. The girl, Lena, they got her out through a service exit. We lost them. The cameraman put her in a black van. We got the license plate, but it's probably a fake. Lena's heart sank. Where are you? Still outside the archives. The police are talking to the parents. It's chaos. Stay there, Lena commanded, a new resolve cutting through her exhaustion. The destruction of the theater wasn't the end. It was a blow, a crippling one, but the Collegium was a web, not a single point. The cameraman was still out there. The child was still in danger. She thought of the network she had seen in her dream. The tunnels were collapsing, but what about the nodes? The data center, the hospital wing, the other hidden workshops. Were they all going down, or were they just cut off from each other? The Toymaker's sight flared in her mind, not with schematics, but with a sudden, intuitive understanding. The network was decentralized. She had destroyed the central command, but the other cells would still be operational, running on their own internal power. The cameraman would be taking the child to the nearest one. Pavel, she said, her voice urgent. The data center, the one on the outskirts, that's where he's going. It's the closest functioning node. How do you know? I just know, she said. Get Katka, get in a taxi, get there now, I'm on my way. She hung up before he could argue. She was miles away, bruised, exhausted, and running on pure adrenaline. But she had a destination. The fight had moved to a new arena. She had won the battle in the heart of the conspiracy. Now she had to win the war on the surface. She began to run, her tired legs protesting, pushing herself toward the next confrontation, the fate of a stolen child resting entirely on her shoulders. Chapter 23: The Glass Hive. The taxi ride was a torment of slow-moving traffic and her own racing heart. Lena gave the driver the address of the industrial park that housed the data center, praying she could get there in time. Through the rain-streaked window, the city of Prague looked like a ghost of itself. The ancient, beautiful buildings seemed like a facade. A thin skin stretched over the dying mechanical nervous system she had just crippled. When she finally arrived, Pavel's taxi was already there, parked hastily by the side of the road. He and Katka were standing in the drizzle, looking at the building ahead of them. It was a stark, modern cube of smoked glass and steel, surrounded by a high-security fence. It looked less like a building and more like a sealed piece of alien technology. There were no visible guards, only the cold, unblinking eyes of security cameras. The van is here, Pavel said as Lena ran up to them, pointing toward a small, enclosed loading dock at the side of the building. A black van, its license plate matching the one he'd noted down, was parked inside. The back doors were open. It was empty. They're inside, Katka said, her voice tight with fear. With the little girl. There's no way in, Pavel said, gesturing to the fence and the formidable-looking electronic gate. It's a fortress. Lena stared at the building. It wasn't a fortress. It was a machine. Her sight, the Toymaker's curse, saw through the glass and steel. She saw the server racks arranged in perfect humming rows. She saw the power conduits, the coolant systems. And she saw the structure of the building itself, the load-bearing columns, the ventilation shafts. She saw the flaw. There, she said, pointing to a large, grated ventilation shaft near the roofline at the back of the building. It's the main exhaust for the server cooling system. The grating is industrial steel, but the housing is weak. It's a design flaw, an oversight. He wouldn't have made that mistake. This new generation of the Collegium was good, but they weren't their founder. It's 30 feet up, Lena, Pavel said. How are we supposed to get there? The fence, she said, her mind working with a cold, mechanical logic. It's a standard electrified fence, but the power cycles. There's a 2-second gap every 30 seconds to prevent system burnout. We can climb it then. Pavel and Katka stared at her dumbfounded. How can you possibly know that? Katka asked. I just do, Lena said simply. She looked at them, her two friends who had been dragged into this nightmare. You don't have to do this. You can call the police. I can go alone. No, Pavel said, his jaw set. We started this with you. We're finishing it with you. Katka nodded in fierce agreement. They made their way around to the back of the building. The fence hummed with power. Lena watched the small indicator light on one of the posts. It was a steady green. They waited. Lena counted under her breath. 28, 29. The light flickered off. Now. Pavel, being the tallest, went first, scrambling up the fence with surprising speed. Katka followed. Lena was last. Just as she cleared the top, the light flickered green again and the hum of electricity returned. They dropped to the soft, damp grass inside, their hearts pounding. The ventilation shaft was directly above them. Using a dumpster as a platform, Pavel was able to hoist Lena up. She gripped the edge of the housing, her fingers finding purchase. She pulled the crowbar from her backpack. Jamming it into the seam, she put all her weight on it. The metal groaned, bent, and then popped free with a loud bang. The grating was loose. She pulled it away, revealing a dark, cavernous opening. The roar of powerful fans and the heat from the servers washed over her. She climbed inside, then helped haul the other two up. They were in. The ventilation shaft was a maze of echoing metal. They crawled through the darkness, guided by Lena's sense of the building's layout. She led them to a vertical shaft that dropped down into what she knew was a maintenance corridor on the main floor. They climbed down, emerging into a sterile white hallway. The hum of the servers was a constant, oppressive presence. They moved silently through the deserted corridors. This was not a place of human activity. It was a glass hive run by machines. Lena led them to the central server room. The door was a thick slab of steel with a biometric handprint scanner. Locked, but beside it was a small maintenance panel. Lena pried it open with the crowbar. Inside was a tangle of wires. Without hesitation, her hands went to work, pulling specific wires, rerouting connections. It was as if she had done it 1,000 times before. She was hot-wiring a high-security door based on an innate understanding of its circuitry. A moment later, there was a soft click, and the heavy door slid open. The room beyond was a vast, cold space, filled with rows upon rows of humming server towers. The air was frigid, but in the very center of the room there was a cleared space. And in that space, the scene was horrifyingly familiar. The cameraman was there. Beside him stood another figure, a woman in the severe, dark coat of the Collegium. On the floor between them was a small, ornate cradle made of the same dark wood and brass as the music box. And lying in the cradle, pale and still as a porcelain doll, was a little girl with blonde hair. She was not crying or struggling. She seemed to be in a trance. Above the cradle, suspended from a complex rig attached to the ceiling, was not a music box but a different machine. It was a lattice of polished steel and glass lenses, all focused down on the child. It pulsed with a soft, internal light. It was a modern version of the SRDCE Dilni, a soul catcher for the digital age. The cameraman looked up as they entered, his face breaking into the Toymaker's kind, fatherly smile. "The anomaly," he said, his voice calm. "And friends, you are persistent, but you are too late. The transference is already in progress." As he spoke, the light from the machine above the child intensified, and a faint, ethereal wisp of energy began to rise from the little girl's body, drawn upward into the machine's glowing core. They were seconds away from stealing her soul. Chapter 24: A Ghost in the Machine. The sight of the ethereal energy being drawn from the little girl's body galvanized them into action. There was no time for a plan, no time for stealth. "Pavel Katka the machine," Lena yelled, pointing to the soul catcher suspended from the ceiling. "Smash it." Pavel and Katka didn't hesitate. They charged forward, Pavel brandishing the crowbar. The woman in the dark coat moved to intercept them, producing a long, thin rod that crackled with blue energy. The cameraman turned his attention to Lena, his smile never wavering. "You cannot stop this, little gear," he said, his voice maddeningly calm. "This is the evolution of our design, purer, more efficient. We no longer need cumbersome clockwork. We have the digital soul." Lena ignored him. Her eyes were locked on the machine, on the flow of energy. Her analytical sight showed her the horrifying truth. The machine wasn't just taking the soul, it was copying it. It was a digital transference, creating a perfect data ghost of the child, which could then be stored, replicated, and used to power countless systems. The cradle was not a cage, it was a scanner. While Pavel and Katka engaged the woman, Lena ran, not toward the machine, but toward the nearest server rack. The cameraman frowned, his composure finally breaking. Her actions were outside his calculations. "The machine is irrelevant," he called after her. "Once the copy is made, the source is disposable." Lena reached a terminal at the end of the server row, its screen glowing with lines of scrolling code. She didn't know the password. She didn't know the operating system. But the part of the Toymaker inside her did. Her fingers flew across the keyboard, a blur of motion. She wasn't hacking the system. She was talking to it in its native language. She was looking for the data file of the soul copy. She could feel it on the network, a new, growing presence. She had to find it, isolate it, delete it. Behind her, the sounds of the fight were a chaotic counterpoint to her frantic typing. Katka screamed as the woman's energy rod struck the server rack next to her, showering her with sparks. Pavel swung the crowbar, forcing the woman back. Lena found the file. It was locked, shielded by layers of collegium encryption that were centuries ahead of anything on the public internet. She couldn't break it from the outside, but she wasn't on the outside. A desperate, terrifying idea formed in her mind. A final, ultimate gamble. Anjka was a ghost who had found a home in Lena's grief. What if Lena could do the same? What if she could project a part of her own consciousness, the part that was now inextricably linked with the Toymaker, into the machine? She closed her eyes, placing one hand on the terminal screen. She ignored the fight, the humming servers, the terrified child. She focused inward on the ghost in her head, the analytical sight, the engineer's knowledge. She didn't fight it. She embraced it. She pushed it out of her own mind and into the terminal, a psychic attack through a digital doorway. I am T-verse. The thought was not a thought. It was a command key, a master password spoken in the language of creation. The system buckled. The encryption, designed by the founder's followers, could not stand against the founder himself. Lena felt a dizzying, wrenching sensation, as if a part of her soul were being pulled through the screen. On the terminal, the code began to corrupt, turning into strings of nonsensical symbols and archaic check. The lights in the server room flickered. The soul catcher above the child sputtered, its beam of light wavering. The transference was failing. The cameraman stared at her, his smile finally gone, replaced by a look of pure, unadulterated horror. He understood what she was doing. "No," he whispered. "You will destroy it all, the purity of the data." "There is no purity," Lena screamed, opening her eyes. They felt like they were burning. "There is only a cage." She pushed harder, pouring all of her will, her rage, her memory of the workshop's horrors into the system. She was a ghost in their machine, a virus in their digital soul drive. She found the core file of the little girl's soul copy and did not delete it. She did something better. She introduced it to the raw, unprocessed psychic static she had absorbed from the second music box explosion, the chaotic echoes of 1,000 other stolen souls. She gave the data ghost an army. The server racks began to scream, a high-pitched electronic shriek of 1,000 voices crying out at once. The soul-catcher machine exploded in a shower of sparks and shattered glass, its stolen energy feeding back into the system in a catastrophic loop. The ethereal wisp of energy above the child snapped back into her body. The little girl in the cradle gasped, coughed, and began to cry, a real, human, terrified cry. The lights in the data center went out, plunging them into darkness, lit only by the red emergency lights and the sparks showering from the dying server racks. The entire system was crashing. The cameraman and the woman abandoned the fight. Their faces were masks of panic. Their sanctuary, their digital archive of souls, was being erased. They ran, disappearing through a door at the far end of the room. They had abandoned their post. Pavel and Katka rushed to the child, gathering her up from the cradle. She was crying, but she was alive. She was whole. Lena collapsed against the server rack, the psychic backlash hitting her with the force of a physical blow. The connection was broken. She had pushed the ghost of the Toymaker out of her head and into the machine, where it was now being torn apart by the very data it had tried to create. She felt empty. The constant hum of the analytical sight in her mind was gone. The cold, precise knowledge of mechanics had vanished. She looked at the dying server rack, and for the first time since that night in the attic, she didn't see its inner workings. She just saw a box of broken metal and wires. The curse was gone. She was free. She was just Lena again. "We have to go," Pavel said, his voice urgent as he held the crying child. "The whole system is unstable. This place could go up in flames." Lena nodded, her legs weak. As Katka helped her up, she looked at the rows of dead servers, the silent, dark machines. She had not just defeated the Collegium here. She had liberated their prisoners. The digital ghosts were free, and in their freedom they had granted her own. They left the way they came, escaping into the drizzling rain as the first wail of distant fire alarms began to echo through the industrial park. Chapter 25: An Ending and a Beginning. They emerged from the data center's perimeter into a world of screaming sirens. Fire trucks and police cars were converging on the industrial park, their flashing lights painting the rainy twilight in strobing blues and reds. Pavel, Katka, and Lena, with the rescued child wrapped in Pavel's jacket, slipped away into the chaos, just 3 more people fleeing a fire. They found a secluded spot in a nearby park. The little girl, whose name they learned was Eva, had finally stopped crying. She was exhausted and confused, with no memory of what had happened, only a vague feeling of a bad dream. Katka sat with her, speaking in soft, soothing Czech, while Pavel made the call. He reported an abandoned child, giving their location. He used a disposable phone and kept it brief, professional. Within minutes, a police car arrived. They watched from the trees as the officers gently took charge of Eva, wrapping her in a proper blanket. One of the officers spoke into his radio, and they heard the name of Eva's parents. She was safe. She was going home. A wave of profound relief washed over them, so powerful it left them weak. They had done it. They had actually won. They retreated to Pavel's apartment, not Lena's. Hers felt too much like the beginning of the nightmare. Pavel's place was small, cluttered with books and papers, but it felt safe. They sat in his living room, wrapped in blankets, sipping hot tea he had brewed. For a long time, no one spoke. The silence was not tense or fearful. It was the quiet, weary silence of soldiers after a long and brutal war. "Is it over?" Katka finally asked, her voice small. "The Collegium is still out there," Pavel said soberly. "The cameraman, the woman, the surgeon in Switzerland. They're wounded but not dead. We took away their main project, their sole archive. We crippled their network. We hurt them badly." "But they'll rebuild," Lena said. It wasn't a question. "Yes," Pavel agreed. "They've been doing it for centuries. But now we know about them. We know their methods. And they know that we know. The game has changed." Lena looked at her hands. They were just hands again. The urge to deconstruct the world around her was gone. She looked at a lamp on Pavel's desk and saw only a lamp, not a diagram of electrical resistance and filament tension. The absence of the Toymaker's sight was a profound, blissful quiet in her mind. "He's gone," she said, a sense of wonder in her voice. "The ghost. I pushed him into the machine and he's gone." "Are you sure?" Pavel asked gently. Lena closed her eyes. She searched the corners of her own mind, the spaces where the analytical coldness used to live. There was nothing, only her own thoughts, her own feelings. The memory of Maya was still there, soft and sad, but it was hers alone now. It was not tangled with Anjka's grief or tainted by the Toymaker's presence. The scars were there, the blank spots in her memory where names and places used to be, but the infection was gone. She was finally, truly free. "I'm sure," she said, opening her eyes. A real smile, the first in months, touched her lips. The future was uncertain. The Collegium would be hunting them. They could never go back to their old lives, not completely. They were the custodians of a terrible secret, the unlikely guardians standing against a hidden, ancient evil. Their fight was likely not over. But that was a battle for another day. Tonight they had won. They had rescued a child. They had honored the memory of another. They had faced down a darkness that stretched across centuries and had not been consumed by it. Lena looked out Pavel's window at the lights of Prague, the beautiful, imperfect, living city. She no longer saw a machine. She saw a home. She had come to this city to escape a ghost and had found herself haunted by a legion of them. But in fighting them, in freeing them, she had inadvertently, finally, laid her own to rest. The sketchbook lay on the table, brought over from her apartment. She picked it up and opened it to a fresh page. She looked at Pavel and Katka, their faces etched with exhaustion but also with the quiet strength of survival. She picked up a pencil. And for the first time in a very long time she began to draw. Not schematics, not blueprints, just her friends. And the drawing was clumsy and hesitant and beautifully, perfectly flawed. It was hers. Chapter 26, Epilogue, The Flaw in the Design. 1 year later. The cafe was in Vienna, not Prague. It was a small, quiet place with dark wood paneling and the scent of strong coffee and apple strudel. The city outside was a whirl of winter snow, but inside it was warm. The three of them sat at a corner table, a map of the city's U-Bahn system spread out between them alongside a tablet displaying a complex building schematic. They looked different, older. The youthful ease they once possessed had been burned away, replaced by a quiet, watchful intensity. Lena's sketchbook was open on the table beside her. It was filled with drawings, but not of landscapes or architecture. It was filled with faces. The faces of people in cafes, children in parks, old men reading newspapers. She had spent the last year relearning how to see the humanity in the world, not just the mechanics beneath it. The memory gaps were still there, permanent holes in her history, but they no longer felt like voids. They were scars, reminders. Pavel pushed the tablet toward her. On the screen was the schematic for a new, state-of-the-art prosthetics research facility being built on the outskirts of the city. They're calling it Uige's Leben Prothetik, the Eternal Life Prosthetics Corporation, he said, his voice a low murmur. The funding is clean, rooted through a dozen shell corporations. But the design. Lena looked at the blueprint. The Toymaker's site was gone, but the trauma had left behind a different kind of sense, an instinct, an allergy to the Collegium's work. She could recognize their signature style, their obsession with a certain kind of inhuman perfection. "It's them," she said. It wasn't a question. Katka, her hair now cut short and practical, slid a newspaper across the table. She tapped an article. The headline celebrated a miracle breakthrough by Uige's Leben, a new neural interface that allowed for unprecedented control of artificial limbs. The article featured a photo of the company's celebrated lead engineer, a man with kind eyes and a familiar, fatherly smile. It was the cameraman. He had a new name, a new identity. "They're not hiding," Katka said, her voice hard. "They're advertising." This was their new life. They were no longer victims or survivors. They were hunters. Pavel was their researcher, his skills honed to a razor's edge, tracking the Collegium's financial and physical footprints across Europe. Katka was their logistics expert, arranging their travel, their safe houses, their new identities. And Lena was their weapon. She was the only one who could look at the enemy and truly see them. They had spent the last year on the move, following the whispers of the coiled serpent. They had exposed a plan to replace a city official in Berlin, sabotaged a shipment of specialized surgical tools in Geneva. They were a small, human flaw in the Collegium's perfect mechanical design, a ghost in their machine. Pavel tapped the map. The facility is here. It's built over a junction in the old pneumatic post system, their preferred method of travel. "What's the plan?" Lena asked. "We don't destroy the facility," Pavel said. "That's what they'd expect. We leak the original, unredacted schematics. Show the world the hidden surgical theaters in the sub-basement. We expose the project not with stories of soul catchers, but with hard evidence of their true, monstrous purpose. We use their own work against them." It was a good plan. It was their life now. A quiet, endless war fought in the shadows with laptops and leaked documents and whispered warnings. It was exhausting. It was terrifying. But as Lena looked at her two friends, at the small, determined family forged in the fire of a Prague attic, she knew she would not trade it for anything. She closed her sketchbook. "Let's get to work," she said. The three of them stood up, leaving money on the table. They walked out of the warm cafe and into the cold Viennese snow, not as victims fleeing a nightmare, but as soldiers heading toward the next battle. They were a tiny, insignificant error in a grand, centuries-old design, but they knew a profound and powerful truth. Sometimes, the flaw is the most important part of the machine. It is the one part that can change everything. The end.